Hello, everybody. How's it going? Good to see you all. We're going to hide that really quick. We're going to be doing something a little bit different than what I've ever done. I mean, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's a little different. It is different. It is different. See if I can pull it up. Here it is. All right. So, I've talked to you guys a little bit about this before. You know, wanting to make games, not knowing how to make games, but wanting to make games. We're actually going to grow that a little bit so it's even closer, so it's, you guys can see that. Um, and one of the things I have read that is like the most amazing thing you can do is outlines and stuff. This is just one that I pulled off the internet really quick just to kind of get an idea of, some different ways to do it. But we're going to make a whole different one. It's going to be so much all over the place, me just kind of dotting around mechanics and stuff that I want to implement. And that's kind of how you keep track of your ideas. So that's what we're going to kind of be spending a lot of time on today, anyway, for the big project. And then I'll be making mini projects, hopefully, throughout this year, building us up to the point where I can actually start working on the big thing. So, first things first, I need to actually make a real document for this now. So give me like a quick second while I do that. I just wanted to show you guys that I have researched this a little bit. I know a tiny amount of what you're supposed to do with it. The big one. That's what we're gonna call it. Just the big one. All right. Here we go. So this is hopefully gonna work. So we're just gonna call for now the game has a little bit of a name. I just call it Project Galactic. Galactic. I don't know what it's actually going to be called. That's just the fake name I gave it for the April Fool's Day video, and that's what's stuck for now. So, um, that's what we're gonna call it. Now there's several things that this game entails. It's the setting, right? It's gonna be set in probably the future. It's gonna be a sci-fi. It's going to be, space slash Earth. It's going to have both those things in there. Future, yeah. This should actually be bolded just so I can see it really quick. And then what we're gonna do, just so I can differentiate everything, I'm gonna try to do something like that, just to kind of help everything kind of look right. Also, can I change the text size for these to like 15 and then change this one up to like, how does that look at 15? That's better. That way you guys can see it. I want you guys to be able to read this no problem. Hopefully even on phones. So, it's gonna kind of be a little bit, there's gonna be so many different settings. That's the thing. I mean, you're not just looking at being in the future. We're kind of debating maybe doing a expansion to the game where you can do time travel. So it might not even be the future. It might be the future slash past slash present. That's gonna be crazy to try to figure out a good way to do. That's the thing about game design, guys. Feature creep. It is terrible. Feature creep will kill your game, and this is what this project is going to be a demonstration of. The setting at this point just needs to be anywhere and anyone. Yeah, honestly, let me just put it right here. Anywhere and anyone. And unbold that just so it doesn't stand out as much. That's our short answer. Anywhere and anywhen. Um, I mean, the only thing that sticks around is that it is a science fiction universe. So, like, a lot of realism doesn't have to apply, although it still will. So, um, that's kind of what we got there for setting wise. I might go back and we'll see what more I can do with it. What note taking software is this? So this is Google Docs. I just have a plugin that lets me turn on and off night mode because for whatever reason Google Docs doesn't have a little night mode and a dark mode, and I don't know why. So I found a little plugin and and I'm going to be using it as much as I can because I love it so much. Um, let's see. I just realized this is the stream I can finally make the best King AI voice model because I finally found the issue with my bots not being perfect. Oh, jeez. It's probably like the Minecraft music or the block breaking and such like that. That probably doesn't help it. If I had to guess, background sounds, yeah, this will be your best chance then. So we've got setting. Let's talk a little bit about main characters, right? So there's not a whole lot to talk about it other than the fact that the character is whatever the player decides. So it's gonna be pretty in depth. Oops, let me control B that again. In depth creator menu, probably. The character is anyone, anywho. Honestly, though, yeah, we're gonna write that down. Anyone and anywho. I mean, it's dumb to say it, but that's true. That is accurate to the statement. I mean, it's going to be an in-depth creator menu where it's going to be kind of reminiscent of. I mean, I guess that's who this character is. Anyone, yeah. I mean, it's Starfield like menu. I was kind of thinking about how I wanted to introduce the concept of creating your character, because starting out creating your character doesn't put you into the game necessarily, and I really liked how Starfield got you into the game. So when we hit the gameplay loop part of the document, which let me go ahead and just go down there really quick. Gameplay, right? Oops. So gameplay in this case also, yes. I think that defines the gameplay pretty well. So I want it to start with action and actual gameplay. That's one of my big gripes of like Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate. And those are games that it has to be that way, but like you have to sit there and you have to make your character first. And when you're trying to just get into a game to enjoy it, sitting there making a character for, 30 minutes to an hour, um, that's pretty tough. So I want you to start with the gameplay and get into some action, and then something happens to the character to prompt you to make your character. So, make player character, right? And my idea for that is, how you're going to get introduced to making your player character is going to be with more than likely, someone hands you your wallet or something like that, and you open it up to see if everything's in it, and like you see your ID, and it'll zoom in on your ID and let you change how you look on there. And I might even let you make your own birthday. I might let your character have a birthday. Sure, why not, you know? So I'm kind of imagining, like an uh, ID menu screen sort of deal, where you'll have buttons like uh, face. You'll have buttons like date of birth, name, social security number. No, I'm kidding. Let me see what all's on mine really quick. Like, you could select your planet of origin. That's probably going to be on your ID. You could probably, that's going to be where you select your height and your weight, and I mean, what else do you need? I mean, I'm looking at my ID right now. I mean, that pretty well covers just about everything. I mean, yeah, that works. That works for now. That gets you started at least. So we can expect this game by 2034. Oh yeah, totally. 2034. I'm actually doubtful it would even come out by then, to be honest. It's going to be just... It's gonna get done when it gets done, but I'm gonna try to have early access out as soon as possible, obviously. And it'll only get progressively expensive as I feel the game deserves. So I'll probably do a price check on it every couple of months and decide, like, okay, right now this game feels like a $20 game. I'm intending to probably start the game out at $20. And then, after it's reached that $20 price point in 6 months, I'm going to review it. Or probably more like 3 months. I'll probably do it quarterly. And I'll look at it and go, okay, now how does the game feel? Is it a $30 game? And, I'm just going to keep doing that until full release, at which point I'll probably keep it... I want to try to keep it at or below $60. But, obviously, things are getting more expensive nowadays, and I don't know how bad things will be in 2034, so we can finally get some early access in 2030. Yeah, I'd say that's a reasonable time frame to expect it by. Oh jeez. Okay, I don't know what else we would need on the ID menu, but that pretty well covers the making of a player character for the most part, besides the fact that we did kind of talk about having a family system, which I would like to implement at some point. So we'll go ahead and throw that down here as an idea, just for fun. What else could we throw in? What else would you need when you're making your character? I guess skill point slash oh, what is it called in Starfield? The they let you pick out like three special traits. Skill point slash trait slash trying to think of some other things. I guess what else am I thinking of? I love the cool things in Starfield. Yeah, this is one of the really cool things, like picking out, like, you have parents or the biggest fan, like you said. those are some really cool things that made the game feel more alive. So I think having traits in this would be really cool. And I think having them show up even regardless of if you select some of them, it's going to kind of just randomly choose, okay, do you have parents? And based on the age that you select for your character or whatever, I guess, it'll choose um it'll choose for you whether you have parents or not. If you don't choose the trait for it, I guess. Um, so I mean, we could go in here and say, there's parents. I gotta be careful about what I call them as well. We could call them parents. We could call them orphaned. So, if you pick the orphan trait, then like it's a guaranteed no parents, but there might be a buff that comes along with that. Who knows? Um, Making things have a trade-off would be interesting, definitely. Um, so we can kind of go through and add more traits as we go, like having a uh biggest fan, for lack of better words. Um, choosing an alien as a trait, even. Um, there's so many that you could really go off of here. Hey Sammy, how's it going? Good to see you. So we're gonna go ahead and go back to the main character here, right? So, the main character is going to be pretty interesting, I guess. We gotta figure out a good way to explain the character, their existence, how they interact with the world. So I guess more so we should call them the player character, rather. Because I think that's probably a better term for the person, I guess. Hello Vince, how's it going? Hello Sammy. Hello, hello. Ooh, I'm an alien with car. Good, I have a stress frog toy now. Let's go. Yo, new haircut. Indeed, indeed. I've got a haircut. I went to the doctor today. I'm it's a new me, man. Gosh. But yeah, the haircut came in nice today. It was very, very good to get it. I looked at the hairstylist. I didn't know what I wanted, and I couldn't really find a picture of me before to to show them my haircut from prior, because last time I got a haircut would have been like October, I think. Maybe a little bit after that, but that's the last time I remember a haircut, because I went to go see some friends. And the only other time I could have thought of that I would have had time to get a haircut would have been December. And I know I didn't get one then from all the pictures I saw. So it was very long. I mean, it was down to my nose, the tip of my nose, for, you know, growing it for about a good while. So it was about time to get one. And I just looked at her, I was like, whatever you think looks good. This is what I do. This is what I was kind of imagining, and she did a good job, so it was very nice. Candy, hydrate, stretch, eat, drink, and stretch. The things you need in life. Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate it. I'm not actually able to stretch too much. I need to. I need to. I need to maybe make like a redemption at some point so that you can make my desk raise. I have a I have a motor attached to my desk, to make it go up and down. I don't ever use it though. Here's your hydrate though. And I don't have any candy, but I do have sugar. Now this is some of the premium stuff. This is Domino. Since 1901. They've been doing they've been crafted experts since 1901. So like It's some pure stuff here. It's not Domino, don't lie, we know what it is. This is the premium stuff. Say my name. Heisenberg. This ain't just some cheap stuff. Okay. It doesn't smell like weed this time. So it don't taste like weed. It must not be weed. I like this process. We'll find out if it's weed, if it tastes like it or smells like it. I think that's a good plan, right? Very good plan. I would do some fun stuff, but I'm saving up for VIP. That's fair. I need to add some more channel point redemptions soon. I've been kind of working up some ideas for that as well, but I really wanted to work on this in specific today. New haircut, went to the doctor, actually planning for the future. Who are you? Why do you look like King? You know, you weren't supposed to catch on. You weren't you you weren't supposed to catch on, Vince. Now I've got to come and get you. The government has to come and get you. We know what you said. We know what you're planning. And you'll never get King back. Spams it so it goes above your head, gosh. It's not Domino, don't lie, we know what it is. Yeah, I just deep faked King with my voice model, made a whole fake stream, some bugs with it. How do you know what weed smells like and tastes like what? Okay, so here's the thing. I know what it smells like because I've been in Ohio. Ohio is every time I got out of the car at Ohio, it was bad. It just smelled like weed everywhere I went. And they're over here in West Virginia. It's there's some weed users here too. It's not the greatest smell. I'll tell you guys that much. Now, how does it taste? How do I know what that tastes like? Well, if you ever breathe in through your mouth, I taste smells when I do that. I don't know if that's anything that you guys do, but that's something that happens to me. And I have had the curse of knowing what weed smells like through my mouth. I guess that's the correct way to say it. Come and get me, I'll throw fishes at each one of you. Ohio. Rizzing my gat while we skibbiting in Ohio. What am I reading? My skibbity riz is so sigma. It's so phantom tax. I've got that uwu riz oozing out of me at all times. How's that? Did I do good, guys? Did I do good? I think that sounded Gen Z enough. I know uwu is a little bit aged now, but do you know what those words meant? I mean, I know what, like, okay, so here's the thing, right? Different page. So, we gotta break this down, right? So, uwu, right? This is like cute face, right? Similar to like Owo, kinda, right? And then Riz, right? This is like equal to charisma. Did I spell that right? It doesn't look like it, but sure. It's not giving me the red line. So, Uwu Riz must mean something like cute face charisma. Yes. I knew it didn't look right. There we go. There we go. That's much better. I don't know why it hasn't corrected me. That's much better. So, there we go. So, that's basically what I said. No uwu riz. Is riz for females? Are we sure uwu riz is for females? Because uwu doesn't only have to be female. As far as I know, you can be a male and be uwu. Correct? I might be wrong. I've got that uwu kuai cow. That's not kuai. What is that? Uwu kawe baba grill gyat riz. My Fortnite 90s have disappeared, and we need to take the Da Baby car to Ohio and fight off the skibbity toilets with the Titan Speaker Man to rescue Baby Gronk. Name any uwu male you have seen in the streets. I don't know, guys. Have you ever seen Ryan Reynolds? Is Ryan Reynolds uwu? Yeah, we're about to look it up. We're gonna find out. I've heard from some of my male friends that Ryan Reynolds is hot. Would that make him uwu? Is Ryan Reynolds uwu? I mean, there's several keywords here that are definitely showing up. I'm gonna opt to put my phone down now. Well, Ryan Reynolds is pretty uwu. So I mean, we're gonna say, that so what we're looking for is uwu riz equals cute face charisma, right? But I said some other things, if I'm not mistaken, right? Uwu riz is women riz and hot gay male riz. That makes a lot more sense. That that makes sense. We reached so down in the content pipe it has turned into brain rot. I don't know, man. I just started spitting stuff. Sent tube. Well, now ROG. Cover half of screen. What? You said gat? I know what that one means. That's like, shoot. That's just like, somebody's rear end. That's literally all that means. Guys, think about this. Buff man in maid outfit and an uwu face mask. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. That we didn't have like some pictures of men in maid dresses by camera roll. No, couldn't be you. Never. Phantom tax. I have no idea what that means, dude. That one's beyond me. That one is way beyond me. I'm gonna go back to making my game. We should also add into the gameplay, Gen Z slang, is all over the future. Like, all of the NPCs will have Gen Z slang if you're in the future. Don't worry, man, that's the normal amount, right? Also said, can't type well right now, dog covering half my stream. Okay, that makes about a lot more sense. Normal's around like 9,000. Gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go back to pretending to ignore you guys. Let's see. So, in-depth creator menu. So we kind of talk about it down here. Can I link it to that? Probably, but we'll refer to the gameplay document later. Or actually, Boom. I'm a genius. So now when I come down here to the gameplay and I'm like, okay, how do I make the game? I can look at it and go, okay, we need to start with action and actual gameplay. So I'll put together some actual gameplay and action when I design that stuff. But then I'll know, okay, next we're going to make our character. So how do you do that? And then kind of go through the steps up here. Go through the process of adding Gen Z slang. We'll cover more of that in depth later, but you know, we'll see. We'll get there when we get there. Dog suffocation help. Average dog owner moment. Yeah, dogs are great, man. Phantom is some guy on Kai CNET streams, and he steals people's food and calls it a phantom tax. So then when you steal food, it's called phantom tax. Okay, I see. I see. Kai CNET's the one that also popularized the word Riz, if I'm not mistaken. Interesting. Note, I don't know these words because I use them. I know them because I need to know what other people say when they say them. Fair enough. So basically, I've been phantom taxing the homeless in my neighborhood. You know, me too, man. Me too. Oh gosh. Okay. So let's talk about the family system, right? So the family system is optional. You can start off from scratch, not having any family whatsoever. So we'll just optional, right? So you can pick, you know, parents. You can pick, 1999 moment. You can pick parents, siblings, sure, why not? Significant other. So written like that or like that? I think both are acceptable. We'll just do that one though. And children. Those are all things that you could do. Please let us have children so we can create a whole underage working force who we pay close to nothing for 20 hours of work. See, Vince, I was thinking the same thing. Same thing, man. There's your posture check. Thank you, Sammy. See, that's child labor. See, but if you don't get caught in the video game, then it's okay. We were all thinking that. But hey, you know, I can't wait for people to get a hold of this game, and that's the first, like, exploit that I'm gonna have to find a way to get around, is making it so that it's actually not entirely viable to use child labor. Because I know there's gonna be people that go, oh yeah, I'm gonna pick having, like, you know, all of the, you know, all the options. And then Matt Pat tribute needs to be in there. Yes, we here, we'll come down here to this spot right here. Before we get to gameplay. Gameplay is gonna be like the last in the list, I guess. So Easter eggs, right? Again, yes. Just so many Easter eggs. There's gonna be so many. So we need a Matt Pat Easter egg. There's gonna be a King Ragnog Easter egg in there. I'll let you guys find that yourself, probably. We were gonna do a, let's see, it was for the greater good. 1999 reference, Schlatt. Oh, we could do some Schlatt references for sure. 1999 question mark. If we do a time travel thing, if you travel to the year 1999, I want you to be able to go find, like, Jay Schlatt doing some menacing things. Just, like, all the menacing things. 30% more mortality rate, but 5% experience boost. That sounds fair. That sounds so fair. Techno Blade, yes, Techno must be in there. All right, bet Techno Blade. He'll be like an unkillable character or something. Add schizophrenia, dude. You know the disease system on this game is gonna be insane. If you go to California, you get cancer. um. Okay, I'm gonna get like so disoriented if I don't have it all the way down. So let me just do that. Okay. You try to hit him, he immediately just one shots you. That would be great. Um, Let me think. We were gonna do a Finding Nemo one. I'll know what it means when I say this. He touched the butt. And then just in case I do somehow forget, also I've been using brackets, not there we go. Nemo. There we go. If we're gonna have location things, all the Gen Z stuff could be in Ohio. That would be amazing. Minecraft reference where we do gotta do a Minecraft reference. God please, that would be so funny. Ohio. Ohio will have stuff. We'll definitely have Ohio have stuff. Yo, Kid Rex, I thought you retired. You know, that's a new name. That's definitely a new name. It was for April Fool's Day. I'm not going anywhere. New name dropped. New name dropped indeed, dude. Dropped for me too. Okay, we'll come back to Easter eggs as we think about them. I mean, we could do so many. I'm gonna have a lot of my friends do some Easter eggs as well. So let me just King's friends. They'll have some of their own Easter eggs. We also I know a couple of other ones. We talked about having movie like being able to go to a movie theater. Sure. And when you go in there, it'll play like public domain movies, or you'll be able to see like reenactment of like certain things, Spider-Man references. That would be pretty interesting. Random Goop Gorp encounter when he sneaks into your ship. Goop Gorp. He's gotta be in it. I didn't even think about that, but that would be amazing. 1 second, be right back. I'm gonna, in a quick second, just gonna get my dog attention. All right, sounds good, Sammy. Here's your candy gaming. It's just sugar. I don't have any candy actually, but I can definitely put this down the hatch. Sugar, yeah, it's the good stuff. Okay. Special sugar, special sugar. Same brain. Same brain there. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Imagine instead of sugar, that's actually crack cocaine and we OD him if you keep redeeming. Oh, that would be amazing. You guys would be so guilty. It'd be horrible. It'd be so bad. But, it's fine. It's sugar, definitely. Gosh. I immediately tried to get it, but I can only do it once. Yeah, I try to make it so people don't overdose me on chocolate, ideally, but it still happens sometimes. Do I need anything else about the player character? I guess, um, Planet of Origin might not happen. Or no, it probably should happen. Because it'll kind of change how you start off things, I suppose. Because after you select that, you'll want to go home. Probably. Okay. You can create more accounts. Gosh, I'm gonna have to set a limit on this. A hard limit. You guys have already almost cleaned out my my sugar. You guys are insane. Chocolate. Do you say chocolate? I do usually have chocolate, yes. Crazy bros overdosing on chocolate. You know, Hershey is like a dangerous substance. Is it even chocolate? Like that's up for debate. The dream. Oh gosh. That's 3 packets of sugar in the last hour, guys. How much sugar are in these packets anyway? Uh, almost 3 grams. Hmm. Okay. That's not awful, but it's not great. I've already had a lot of sugar today. Hershey is terrible. A British person who has never tried it. Only almond Hershey's is good. Almond Hershey's are good. I will say that much. And I do like Hershey's dark chocolate. Just the milk chocolate, in my opinion, just isn't as good. I know it's a terrible thing to happen to me. It's like flavored sugar or just striped sugar. It is, and I quote, premium pure cane sugar. Um, oh, there was a little bit more in the bag that just got all over my keyboard. Oh well. Yeah, guys, it's laced. Yeah, that's the premium part of things. I love cane flavor. It's the best. You can't beat the cane. Okay, let me think. Anything else that we could add? I suppose weight doesn't need to be a thing. It would just give you a suggested. It could be like no. That requires a lot of math, and I don't care about that. So we'll go ahead and cover into how you do the face. Um, so the face is gonna be primarily, hopefully, it can kind of be automated a little bit. Um, we'll see. Um, Ants are gonna be enjoying that. I'm gonna hopefully clean it all up later tonight. We'll see if I actually do. This is my bro be tweaking during the streams. I'm gonna play on the SMP. All right, sounds good, Sammy. King tweaking out after we give him 30 packets of cane sugar. If I have drugs, I'm not gonna give you them for free. Oh gosh, J Schlatt. Hear me out, guys. He gets 2 references. That wouldn't be received well, but I'm thinking about it. Like, hear me out. There's a chance. Gosh, that's awful. Hang on. To be fair, if I implement time travel, I feel like I'm obligated to make it so that you time travel back and those events do happen. Add 9/11, but only if you travel back to 2001 in September. Oh, jeez. I mean, we'll cover. Let's quickly cover that bit right now. Right over here, right? Time travel. This might not be in the base game. It might come in a little later. All time, always. Little Loki reference there. Um, what more could I say, right? And every so often he just says J Schlatt and chugs alcohol. Oh wait, I need to read the rest of that. Um, make it so you can equip a mini Rammy on your shoulder, and every so often he says J Schlatt and chugs alcohol. I don't know if I can actually make a Rammy necessarily. I have to be careful about copyright with a lot of this stuff. Like making some of these references are gonna be borderline. I gotta be careful. Um, so even like Technoblade, for example, I don't know. I probably can't use his name for one. Um, I probably could get permission for it, or I could make a close reference of some sort. So one thing I'm kind of thinking about is maybe giving him an achievement. So if you farm like 1,000,000 potatoes in the game, then you'll get an achievement that says something like the Potato War or something like that. I don't know. Just subtle references here and there. Unless it's people like me, in which case I'll probably put myself into the game and you could probably find me. And that would be interesting. Potato Hood Blood War. Gosh. The Technoblade reference can be subtle like a pig with a crown. Yeah, I mean, shoot, 1 in like 1,000 chance for a pig to show up wearing a crown, and it's unkillable. Achievement named something like "You'd make the pig proud." Yes, yes, Vince. You'd make the pig proud. I like that. I like that. Give me 1 second. I dropped something and I don't know where. You know what? I'm gonna clean up after stream, so it's fine. It's fine. You make people hunt after you crib wreck dog. It's gonna happen. They're gonna have to search. It's gonna be crazy. I mean, it'll kill me, but it's fine. Um, we'll write down a couple of these. Pig with crown. Or you can ask his dad. I believe he is easily contactable. Absolutely, he is. Technodad is very, very active with the community. So when it comes down to actually starting to make the Easter eggs and stuff, I'll probably contact him and see if he even has any ideas. He might have some ideas. We'll see. Special golden sword named Techno Sword. That could be pretty nice. King, my items are gone. Uh-oh. Your items are gone. That doesn't sound good. So, were you... I'm trying to think when the last time you were on was. I'm wondering if somebody maybe did a core protect on accident and didn't do it right, maybe? My weapon's poof. I don't know where. I don't think I died. Over in SMP General, if you know where that is in the Discord, I can ping you there if you need. See if one of the moderators could help you there. I know Unreal's not online right now, and Pi doesn't look like he's on either. But maybe they can help you there. Hopefully. I have my armor. Well, that's good. I at least have that. or whatever type of sword he used. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't really know. Technoblade was one of the biggest thugs I know, and he always wore his seatbelt. Oh gosh. We could do some interesting things. Goopgorp is my friend. We can put him under King's friends. There we go. Okay, let's come back up here to face. I'm sorry, I got so distracted there. You guys can keep listing off Easter egg ideas. If I like any of them enough that I'm for sure gonna put them in the game, or uh, I wouldn't say for sure, maybe 75% sure that I'd like to have it in the game, I will probably scroll down and put it in. But you legit making a game? That's the idea. That's the idea anyway. I've got a whole document we're building today anyway. King Thugnog, the second biggest, just behind Thugnoblade. What kind? It is an open world RPG, adventure action FPS, uh, third person, first person, um, survival, um, single player, multiplayer. It's basically everything. It's the scope is so large. It's really I almost not fair to even call it a game. It's almost just it's almost its own world, really. The idea is you'll probably be able to do a little bit of everything in it. Is kind of the big idea. 2030 release. See, that's kind of the joke, but honestly, I think that's probably when it will be. It might actually be playable by then. I don't know. Like I said, the scope is so incredibly large. Especially once we get into like how the characters interact with everything. Like that's gonna be. So this is sorta a sandbox-ish. Yeah. I would say that's probably the best way to describe it. It's basically a sandbox game. It gives you all the tools, and then you just use it. I have a spare diamond sword, axe, and iron one, and iron pick and shovel. Luckily, well, that's good. I don't know why it deleted your items though. Let's see. Calling King is crazy crib thug. 2030 release. We will get this game before GTA 6. I mean, maybe. At the rate we're going, it's looking more likely. Maybe even before the Elder Scrolls, is it 6 that they're on now? Or are they making 7? I don't remember. The new Elder Scrolls game is still yet to have a release date from what I can tell as well. They've just officially teased it. I wouldn't say 2034 if you're making a sandbox game without any story like a Minecraft type game that takes very little time. Yeah, but it's okay. Let me. It's gonna have some interesting mechanics. It's gonna have a pretty large uh universe for a little bit. Let's just start from the beginning. Okay, so the game, it takes place in a sci-fi universe, kind of like Starfield, if you're familiar with that. I'm gonna go for a bit, add alcoholism, be right back. All right, sounds good, Vince. I mean, we'll probably add a alcohol thing, so there isn't really an ending. Yeah, so it won't have an ending necessarily. The ending is when you decide. And at which point things kind of change. So you make your character and you interact in this world that is kind of set in the future by default, just so that the technology is already there. It's sci-fi, you'll have spaceships and You can kind of fly around, do whatever you want. But um it's gonna also have time travel involved with it. So you'll be able to kind of jump to different points in time. Uh and depending on where you jump to, you might have things happening in a world. Like, say you jump back to 2001, there might be a set of towers in New York. There might not be, depending on what point in the year you go there. Um, if you go to 2020, then, there's this raging disease that if you catch it, it'll probably make you very, very sick because your body isn't used to fighting this disease. And so uh, there's a more recent one for you guys. You go back to, like 1920s and, the world's on fire. But, you go to 2008 and the market has crashed and you're in trouble. um, but, that's just one mechanic there. And I want all the NPCs to be have so much content built into them so that when you talk to them, you'll be able to have a lot of quests with them. I want all the NPCs to be able to have unique dialogue because the player character is actually going to talk to the NPCs with their mic. We're getting closer and closer to that, actually. Games like Phasmophobia and what's it called? What's the other? There's another game that uses your mic. Lethal Company. Or I guess it's more so Lethal. Does Lethal Company use your mic at all to like attract monsters and stuff? I think it does. Same deal with like content warning. It will use your mic to kind of you know, um to kind of help you interact with the world. Ideally, it'll also have a VR support mode, so for anyone that wants to just literally live their life in there, you will probably be able to. It's going to be a dating sim. You will be able to date all the characters in the game. They will hopefully have unique dialogue for whatever you say, because I'm gonna try to get people that will sign off their voice rights to it. It's gonna be really hard, but I'd like to make them integrated with a specialized AI so that their characters exist properly and that they, live and breathe as you do. And it would take things to a whole new level. It could become space GTA, honestly. I mean, GTA doesn't have like high interactive NPCs, but you want to kill people? This game's going to make it personal. It's going to be so personal killing an NPC because if you don't kill them quickly, they're going to be very, very depressed. It's going to make you feel horrible. There isn't really an ending. Yeah, I mean, kind of. You're basically right. Um, the budget is gonna be mad crazy. How much will you spend on hiring people to make this? So it's funny that you mentioned that. The very so basically, it's just me. I don't have a budget, so it's kind of just a passion project, and things get done when they get done. Um, Obviously, there's gonna be things that are more important than others, so you might not have a player character truly until after some other things are thrown together. Like obviously I'm gonna do the gameplay first, but you know, in terms of when people are around to be able to play it, it might not have all these features. These are just things that I'll put in as I can, and the game will slowly become more valuable over time. Let's see. Dating sim is crazy. I know there was where you were a vampire and you had to use your mic to talk to NPCs and convince them to get into their house to suck the blood and crap, and it had AI to respond to everything. Interesting. Okay, so somebody has done it before. So I'll have to do that. I'll definitely have to make that work. Walk up to some random girl from 2008, January 12th, and date them. Now, I mean, yes, you could. I suppose you could. Um, I don't want that. That sounds awfully specific. I'm not sure what in specific you're referring to here, but now I'm scared. Um, so I'm just gonna keep moving on there. No, it's nothing. Okay. Whatever you say, man. I'm a little bit terrified though, I'm not gonna lie. I wish you quit to work on this game. This is a masterpiece. Yeah, I'm kind of debating it, honestly. I mean, it would be nice. Can you add their screams as we murder them? Oh, absolutely. I'm going to make you guys feel awful when you're killing these people. Because what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to also find a way to make it canon why guns don't kill people instantaneously all the time. With it being a laser gun a lot of the times, that will kind of help. So, you know, when you shoot somebody in the head, they might not necessarily die. Unless you get like a projectile gun, which they might have banned. I don't know. Get the bag and dip. Oh gosh. See, and I am a psychopath. Oh boy. Yeah, bro releases the game, takes all the money and leaves forever. Yeah, I'm never coming back. After the game comes out, we're done. Forget it. We're done. So let's go talk a bit about the face. So the idea that I want it to be able to do is I want it to be able to actually base your face off of a picture. So AI analyzes. I knew that wasn't right. I just couldn't remember how to spell analyzes a picture. Right. And then it will suggest a facial shape. Here, so it'll go facial shape. F facial shape. It'll go with, if it can see it because you have a good enough picture there, eye color. It'll even get your eye color. It'll do your skin tone for you. Because what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna take a couple of different. You'll get basically your base skin texture, and then it will automatically color that for you. So what it'll do is it'll sample your skin tone in several different areas on your picture that you took. And so, as you can tell, like even on my face right now, you guys can kind of see it a little bit. The lighting isn't great, so it's not perfect, but you know, in different spots on my face, it's a different, different color to it because of where the blood is and such. And so it's going to try to match that the best it can for you. We'll see what happens there. I'm gonna go to April 20th, 1889 in Austria and kill the first person I see. Oh no. I'm gonna have to add that to the game. No. Yeah, that achievement will be called 9 or 999. There you go. Is that even an Easter egg? I don't know if that constitutes an Easter egg. That's just history. It'll give you an achievement though. But we'll do. Let's see what else could it do. I don't think it would be able to do hair. You're gonna have to pick your own hair. Um, Powers in single player only. So I've been trying to think of a good way to add powers without it being Starfield's way, because I don't want to just copy Starfield because that could get me in a lot of trouble. Um, but I would like to add some sort of ability system that, does make the player feel overpowered, even in multiplayer. But maybe some of them won't be available in multiplayer just because, like, for example, I might do one that makes time slow down. And so you'd have to find a good way to make that work in multiplayer without it breaking everything. Um, so I don't know. Let me think. Rate you 110? Bruh. You know, yeah, the AI, when it does it, it'll rate you a 1 out of 10. It'll base it based off of Ryan Reynolds. That's not how you spell his name. There we go. Only time slow and radius to you. That could work. Because as long as it's not slowing down a whole planet. So, yeah, you could actually make that work. Because, yeah, if you're making the whole planet slow down, then that throws off the whole universal time, which could be a whole consequence system even. You could do that. Using your powers has consequences on the galaxy in unforeseen ways. Interesting idea, maybe. That could add a story of sorts. I do want a overarching story to the game, because there's going to be factions. I kind of want to start off with, like, 6 factions. There's going to be, like, kind of similar to how politics work nowadays. You got your left, your right, your far left, far right, and then your extremist left and extremist right. It's going to be similar to that, but not based off of those groups in specific. But, you'll be kind of more probably set towards middle ground anyway. Generally, we'll try to make it that there's downsides and upsides to both. So that when you do join one, you feel like you might regret it a little bit, even. We'll see though. It's that bit is like a long way off. Actually adding lore to the game. So what else do we need? What else could the AI do to kind of make your character for you? Or help you make your character anyway? It probably will be able to paint facial hair. And paint eyebrows for you. I'd like to make it so you can actually paint on the hair for your eyebrows, your facial hair and stuff, because I don't know why games don't do that, because it would work. It should work anyway. Like, obviously have presets, but this is what the AI sees, or this is what the player wants, and so it will automatically do that for you. Okay, I do know why they don't do that. It's so that it stops people from giving themselves a small mustache to become a German man. Well, not even German. But you know, in my game it doesn't matter. It's the player that chooses that, so like it's not my fault. Yeah, I'm letting you do it, but you're the one doing it. So like don't be weird. Um what else could we make it do? Uh I would say that's probably about it. So that's all the AI could do. So then what else you need to be able to do in the face is make changes yourself. Probably gonna sleep now. Good night, Kings. Good night, Sammy. We'll catch you a little later. Maybe you have to earn powers like there's very difficult to get like do some quests. Yeah, I think that's probably how we'll add the powers in. I just gotta come up with a good lore reason for you to be able to get them because I want it to still feel not realistic, but uh but more so trying to think. I guess I just want it to make it more immersive. That's a big thing. Um like if I want the powers to have like a good in-game reason. Like are they from an alien species? Are they from, you know, a power yet to be known? Is it technology? Is it some sort of genetic mutation? You know, that kind of stuff. Um so I don't know. I gotta come up with a good way to do that, but we'll see. Analyze if you have a girlfriend, or just make dumb assumptions about you that are just funny, like based off your face, it appears you haven't eaten today. Based on your face, you're gay. Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Here we'll throw it under the rate you X out of 10. It'll be make assumptions based off you. There we go. Oh, Admiral's here. That one was me, actually. I think he is here, though. He's just lurking. So this is where you'll be able to adjust, the AI, uh, adjust the AI, render, or create from scratch. And at what point when you do that, it'll give you this stuff as well. Okay. You won't necessarily have to paint on your facial hair or eyebrows. You'll also have pre-made eyebrows, pre-made hair, hair, facial hair, and eyebrows. Same deal up here. Or I guess that would be based off the AI, so you don't actually have to use that. With adjusting it, you can also go up here to this. Okay. That's good. So that's a pretty in-depth creator menu, honestly. So that takes care of your that really does take care of like what your character probably looks like for the most part. It just doesn't have things like your height, which we'll get into a little bit later. It'll probably just be a slider, honestly, but I'll let you probably actually be able to adjust things like how long your arms are, or how long your toes are, even. Like, why not? You know, we'll be silly with it. If you want a really long toe, I'll let you have a really long toe. I don't think anyone will argue that you can edit your character enough. Yeah, that's the idea anyway. You know, I don't want somebody to feel like they have a reason to complain about some of this stuff. It's like, it's here. Um, it is what it is. You know. One more, we need mutations. So if you want 6 fingers or 6 toes, you know, that would definitely help. That would definitely help. If you have 6 fingers, you can hold 2 guns in one hand. Some stuff like that would be cool. Yes, absolutely. So maybe I'll throw that under traits, like mutations, but it's not technically going to be a trait that you can select a limited number of. But it'll kind of be thrown in there alongside that kind of stuff, probably. It'll make its way back up into the, you know, the creation screen, but we'll get there when we get there. Just for the sake of organization, it makes sense to do it this way right now. So for date of birth, you know, year, month, day. I believe that's how most science fiction does it. However, you could do or how's it written on a driver's license right now anyway? I mean, you could do day, month, year instead, like that. I don't know. That's a thing that might just be localization sort of deal. Um, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense. Let's localized to your region. So, or I guess format, rather. Format localized to your region. So whether you write it day, month, year, or year, month, day, you know, whatever order your country does it, it'll be put in there correctly. Just a small quality of life thing that people will probably appreciate. Names are gonna be fun. I always wanted 6 fingers after watching Gravity Falls. You know, I actually have never seen Gravity Falls. I watched one episode, I think, and I just didn't care for it too much. Yo, King A. Zender, how's it going, man? We're just working on a game design document here. We'll be hopefully getting around to making this at some point this year. But it probably won't be playable for... Honestly, I think if I spent a lot of time on it, I could probably get this game done, or at least playable in an early access state by the end of the year. But it would be like very, very early access. Like, a lot of things would be updated over time. Like the whole character creation screen probably wouldn't be as in depth as it is. It probably wouldn't have an AI to analyze you. It probably wouldn't have all the skill points and traits that you can mess with. It probably won't have the family system. It might not even be formatted to localize to your region either, honestly. A lot of that quality of life stuff will disappear in order to make it happen earlier. But I want it to be like right out the gate. You look at this game and you go, "Wow, this was really thought through," sort of deal. So that's kind of my attempt here, is to make it so. So for name, you know, usually go first and last. but I'm gonna include a middle. So you get your first name, have your middle, which is optional because not everybody has a middle name. Fun fact. And then last name. Oh, okay, last. There we go. So that'll give you some options as well. And of course, you could probably have like, I might need to have optional second, middle, second, last names and stuff like that, because that's also another thing that happens. But I'll have to look into how common that stuff is, because how common it is and how long will it take me to implement it. The nice thing is, as people know you better and where they're from, so the idea is, it like, say you're talking to a military character in the game, they're going to refer to you by your last name only. Or if you're talking to somebody in the business world, they're going to refer to you as Mr. or Miss Smith. And so on and so forth. Your middle name is only going to show up a couple of times, probably, like getting married in the game, or something like that. One time I thought I was on Twitch, but I was on my Quest VR 2 VR, and I accidentally made my name in the game King, and I noticed I made my name King. Oh no. It happens. It definitely happens. I've done that a handful of times, thinking I'm on the quest, and then realizing I typed it in the wrong spot. I'm like, oops. I just thought you would want to know. That's kind of funny to me, though. It is kind of funny. Thanks for sharing, though. One of the really cool things about it, though, with it being able to say your name, is like in Starfield, it freaks me out every time. There's a robot in that game that can say a handful of names. It says my name. It'll say Captain King. It also will occasionally, if I set my name up properly, it will also say Josiah, if I'm not mistaken. I looked it up, and it looks like that's in the list of names, and it's like, wow, that's interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna keep it as King. Well, I am honored to share a name with you, man. So by default, Earth is gonna be the first planet that you'll ever get an origin on. But later on, I'd like to add Mars, the Moon, which is, I believe, Luna is the name that people use for it. In most sci-fi. And then there'll probably be a couple of other planets, but those will probably be the 3 that start at launch. And then as I add more updates later on, you'll be able to do more with that. Height. So this is going to be based off age, or there will be caps based off of age anyway. Dude, you should add hidden action figures to give you powers. A lot of people have been asking about powers. I do think I'm going to add some. I just got to figure out the right implementation to kind of make it, work within the universe. I've got like a working idea of some lore that I'd like to keep into the game, and so how does it work with that? How does that get your character into the story? How does it keep it balanced? But I do want to add powers at some point. I'm just not sure exactly how that's gonna work just yet. So height could be probably no shorter than 3 foot, to no taller than probably 9 foot at tallest. You could probably be 2 foot, honestly. We'll see if it breaks anything. Honestly, I don't think I need to mess with it, though. We'll just leave that alone. The family system we'll touch on a little later because that's going to be more complicated. I'd like it to just generate all the characters for you. So taking your parents, for example, what it will do is it will look at your character and it'll go on one end the complete opposite direction and on the other end go the complete opposite direction. And so, your mom will be one side of the pole, your dad will be the other side of the pole. And so if you have your parents there, it will you'll be able to see them and you'll go, okay, they kind of actually look like my character. If you have siblings, it'll base them off the parents with a slight variation towards one or the other, and it'll look similar to you as well. Significant other, I'll probably allow custom creation of them. Custom creation. High in depth, we'll probably include it similar to the player creator, where you'll probably be able to do a picture of somebody. But you don't have to necessarily. Also, I guess I should make it so significant other can also be a possible other player character. If you're playing a multiplayer game, you could marry another player, technically. And so that would open up the door for children as well, which could be adopted or auto-generated or custom. That way you have some options there. And with adoption, it'll also be a thing that, or I guess adopted or biological, I should throw that in there. Okay, there we go, that's better. So maybe just the figurines give you different endings, or is it sandbox? So it is sandbox, and there will probably be some ways to end the game. There's a couple ways, though. The idea is that you should never have to end the game. And, the only times you'll probably end it is if you kill literally everybody, or a lot of people anyway. I have a couple of ideas, like if you kill 75% of the population in the game, it triggers an event that is, pretty rare, because killing 75% of people, it takes a lot. Especially considering the amount of depths I want to go to with creating more NPCs to interact with. So, the idea, I guess, would really be, there are some endings, but it's more so there's some continuations, rather. Like, for example, when you die as a character in the game, I want it to be that you can choose to not respawn and come in as a new character, and all the AI in the world that you left behind stays the same. And so it's a different kind of New Game Plus, almost. A lot of New Game Plus, you stay the same character and you enter into your world, and it's reset. Where I want to make it so the world stays the same, but you enter into it reset. There will obviously also be a way to reset your progress, so that if you want to stay the same character but go back and reset the world, you could do that. There will be ways to do it. 3 ads? Oh no. I'll wait before I go to in depth with the rest of this. I guess I can quickly add on to some of the family system here. So parents, you can choose whether they're adopted or biological. You can also choose if they're auto-generated or if they are custom. Same deal with siblings. And your significant other can also be autogen if you don't really care. Let's see. All right, bet. Okay. So catch you up really quick. Basically, I have alternate. I don't necessarily have endings to the game. I rather have continuations in mind. So once you reach a certain amount of things you've done, it'll trigger different events that open up a whole lot more doors. Um, there are technical endings where it, like, say your character dies, you can choose to let him actually die and just not respawn. And the world stays the same. The people that you interacted with are impacted by the character's death. But when you come back as a new character, and so you lose all your previous progress there, but you're in a new world that nobody else has. And like that's just one idea there, and of course there will be a way to end the world as you know as well. um but I think that's pretty interesting. Another way that you could probably transfer things is, I want it to be that if you die you can also take control of an NPC character, or uh you know your next of kin. I talked about this one before a little bit. um I've talked about it, like if you have kids in the game, I'd like it that you could uh take control of one of the kids. And so instead of, just, you respawn, well, now you have the option of, actually letting your death be meaningful and having a legacy through the game, kind of like how the Sims exists. Once your first Sim dies, you have a ton more that you can take control of, and that's one of the really nice things, I guess. Of course. Oh yeah, of course. You have to have a world-ending event. It's necessary. Essentially the best way that you can actually die in the game. It's going to be morbid and it's going to be dark, but I'm going to make a special animation for it and everything. Where, you can just, like, when you pull out your gun, there's going to be a specific button where you can point it and turn it, and it's gonna be dark, but it's gonna be in the game. Like, I'd rather people be able to do it quickly like that um than to have to jump off cliffs. Plus, the characters will interact with it differently. The NPCs, when you die, based on how you die, is how they'll react to it. Um, so for example, if you die in a battle against pirates and you choose to actually die, and they're gonna be like, those characters are gonna feel strongly against pirates. If you die to some sort of disease, then the characters are gonna feel strongly against that disease and try to cure it. And so your galaxy will change based on what you die to, what your popularity was, who you knew, things like that. I'm sweating so bad right now. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Try to stay cool. If you can open up a window, maybe that will help you a little bit. Uh, I know that usually helps me out a lot, so. Okay. So, I think for the most part, that's a good amount of character creation development here anyway. Um, there's plenty of skill points that I need to come through and add, but you know, that's for later. That is certainly for later, I think. Um, so we've talked a little bit. We've got player character, which just again a long list of things. We're not gonna get into the Easter eggs yet. That's kind of a last deal. So I guess we kind of talk about ways to play, so gameplay. Gameplay is the most important part, and it's the only part that I haven't actually done anything with. So, yes, this is just gameplay in general. So combat, farming, um, industry. I'm gonna try to make a way that you can actually do content creation, in some way. A game isn't a game without a crown for the king. We'll definitely have ways that you can make like empires and stuff, which I guess I should kind of throw in here. Settlements, which will eventually turn into cities, which will eventually turn into countries, or I guess more so nations. And then nations can kind of turn into factions. And making your own faction puts you at odds with the other factions. Which will, I guess, take us eventually to the point where I talk about story. What is the galactic story there? We haven't talked too much about time travel yet. But how does that work in the game, really? You know, we've talked about a little bit of the concept with it, but that's about it. There we go. That's 4 things that just got added by me. Oh boy. I can't wait to see your list of suggestions, man. It's gonna be insane. Hello, Reg, you should add ruins of abandoned towns or villages. I would love to. There's gonna be plenty of ruins, especially... I guess we haven't put in exploration yet. So let me go and just mark that down here. Ruins... ruins... abandoned... towns slash villages slash cities. Just to kind of add some extra interest to things. What else could we do? I haven't talked about it too much, but there's gonna be mining in the game. There's going to be... I mean, we gotta talk about ships. How that works. I'm gonna try to make it so that you can actually make your own ship as well, like Starfield, but a little bit better. Slash nations, slash worlds, etc. Yeah. It just gets longer and longer and longer. Ooh, do you know those 4-legged robots from Zelda? I do believe I know those, yeah. I mean, we have not talked about robots yet. They're gonna be in the game somewhere. NPCs, quests. Which, since this is a gameplay document, what this really needs to be is at the top. And then this should link to all the other things, really. So, character creation, right? I'm gonna grind the quests when it comes out. Oh boy. It'll be a lot of fun. You should add something like that. We'll definitely add, like, robots, and, I might not be able to add the exact, 4-legged robot from Zelda, but, I might be able to add something similar. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, we definitely could probably add something, like, very, very similar, to the robot. But we could definitely find something. Which I guess we haven't put in anything about enemies. I guess what I should really do is throw farming, industry, and content creation, like that kind of stuff, underneath uh employment, rather. So you can be in those kind of fields just for fun. Call it Project King, not Project Galactic. All right, Project King, all caps. Um, let's see. It should be a ball that tries to crush you, and you need it to run into a rock or wall to damage it. We could have some really interesting combat mechanics like that. I didn't even think about like having the environment damage stuff like that. I like that idea. I'm gonna have to toy around with that because having having some different fights would be really, really, really fun. Um, death. How do you handle death in this game? I mean, we've talked a little bit about that before. Like Mario Odyssey. Yeah, like having I like the idea of just having unique stuff with this. What engine are you using to make the game? I'm probably gonna be using Unreal Engine. Um, just because it has the least amount of royalties. Because I doubt I'll ever make $1 million. And if I do, it's like only 5% royalties after that, which is I can work with that. Unless some better engine comes along that does really good 3D rendering, but with the size of this game, it needs to be pretty large. We need to probably talk about dating. Or would that fall under NPCs, I guess? Because yeah, that probably would. So dating. Um when you chop down a tree, it actually falls, and if it falls on top of you, it damages you. Yes, yes, absolutely. Which I suppose we should talk about material or crafting for that matter, really. Um, which gets you into resource gathering, which brings you into where's mining right here. There we go. Could do. I'm trying to think of what else we could really toss in here other than just like adding more. We haven't really talked about travel, like how you travel around the universe and stuff. There should be a bandit outpost that you could go attack and retrieve some treasure. Oh, there will definitely be pirates. Let's go and talk about enemies a little bit since we have it up here. So we talked about robots. We're gonna have pirates in the game. Um, there's gonna be several like uh hostile groups and such. I'm trying to think of the right word to use there. We'll see. I'll find a good way to phrase that a little bit later. Being a game creator is fun because when you make more games, you make more money selling, buying. Dude, we're gonna have a insane system with the shops. Uh, because what I want you to be able to do is like, for example, farming. Let's say you're a potato farmer in the game, okay? Now you sell a lot of potatoes, which makes the potato prices drop because there's so much supply and not enough demand. Now what can you do to make potatoes more valuable? Well, you need to increase demand or decrease the supply. So what you can do is you could go and hypothetically destroy somebody else's potato farm in the game. An NPC. I'm not gonna have large public servers necessarily. I mean, I'll let people make them if they want to, but I'm not going to run those myself. Uh, there will be multiplayer, which I haven't marked down yet. But say there's potato farmers out there. You kill the potato farmers, suddenly potatoes are more valuable. On the inverse of that, you got to make sure you do a good job, because crime is also another thing. And if you don't watch out, you can get caught and it'll cause you a ton of issues. What if you make a quest where you got to defeat a hive mind because they are taking over the land? Oh, like having warlords? I really do like that idea. Um, there's going to be several evil factions, which we haven't talked about too much yet, but there are going to be some that are just downright hostile to anybody that isn't them. And there might be ways that you can join them, but that means everybody else is going to be evil towards you. So it's kind of one of those things. It's going to be very beneficial for you to join them in terms of, like, you're probably going to get more XP. You're going to probably have better weaponry and technology, but you're also going to be in a very hostile area everywhere you go. There is no home for the evil faction necessarily. They're kind of a nomad group. Um, we kind of talked about powers, so I'm going to go and write that down as another possibility. Powers. How much will the game cost, or will it be free? It'll grow over time. The game isn't going to come out for a very, very long time. I know about this much about game development. I'm working on it slowly, and the reason we make this document in the first place is so I can build the system and test it out and make small games with it. So, for example, NPCs, when we get into that, they're going to be heavily influenced by AI. And so fine-tuning the AI skills and understanding how that stuff works and training it so that I understand, why it works the way it does. And when I get that, perfected, I want to, kind of make a small game with it, implementing that subject into it. So making a dating sim where you have to talk to an AI and convince it, hey, we should go out together or something like that. I don't know. Just silly little example there, but a lot of this isn't actually a lot of work. It's a lot of work because of the planning phase of it. You look at the scope of this size, and it's like, a game studio, it would take 7 years to do this. Starfield took 7 years of development for Bethesda to finish, and it came out not the greatest. But when you are a solo developer, you have that ability to do what you want with it without having a publisher sticking its thumb in your back telling you get it out, get it out, get it out, without making you have to rewrite your code over and over and over again because it wasn't quite right. And I can work on it overtime. I don't have all these useless meetings to go to. I don't have to take this code to somebody else to say, hey, does this look right? Do you think it's okay if I add this? I can just do it. It's so nice. So, it looks like a lot, and it is a lot. But realistically, I could probably have it out in 5 years, I'll be honest. At least from what I've seen other people say when they do their games. Now, will it be polished? By no means. But in early access, it could definitely be out. It'll, price-wise, it'll slowly increase in price. Ideally, I'd like it to come out starting at $20 early access, kind of very base price there when I feel like it's at a $20 worth point. So, and I think you guys could probably get about, honestly, when I think you guys can get about 100 hours of playtime in it, I'm going to put out the game for probably about $20. Or maybe 50 hours rather. Because at that point, it's kind of about funding so I can keep doing it and maybe hire people to do better work on some of the stuff like textures, because I don't know how to do textures. You should make a weapon category. Absolutely. Let me throw that under combat, weapons. You know, there's gonna be different kinds of combat too, like hand to hand. I want a very in-depth system there, especially when we get into the topic of VR. I'm gonna try to have VR in the game. You know, I want you to be able to actually be there. Bombs are gonna be awesome. Double-bladed sword, yes. We're gonna have so many melee weapons. You're gonna have guns. You could use primitive weapons like bows and arrows. I mean, with the time travel aspect, you will be able to actually, you know, fight people with that kind of stuff. Even if you have way better gear, you can mow them all down. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna handle time travel because everybody handles it differently. Is it an alternate reality, so when you change things there, it doesn't change the future? Or when you change those things, does it change the future? And it's hard to say, really. I don't know. Scythe, there should be skeletons that spawn at night, and they have bows and swords only in the medieval timeline. I would love to have skeletons in the game. I would love to. That could be awesome. Let me think. We haven't talked about sickness yet, but there's gonna be a sickness sort of deal in the game. I'm not gonna have a mandatory hunger system, but eating will give you benefits, so I will put in eating as a, or rather just food. Food will give you benefits. I haven't put in Easter eggs yet. Let's go under the topic of health. 100 gets health boost. Health 150, 200. Every time you die, there's a body, and when you get your stuff back, a skeleton spawns in the body's place. That could be interesting. I don't know if I'm gonna do that necessarily. Maybe in certain time frames. But with the game we've got here, it might not necessarily fit the setting. I do need to kind of figure out how I want to handle that, though. Because when you die, you'll be the same character sometimes. Sometimes you can become a different character, though. I don't know. That's, I gotta think about that now. I never thought about that. Do you ever lose your stuff, or does it just respawn you somewhere else? Especially in things like multiplayer. Um, that's a really good point, Diabolical. I'll have to think about that. I know that wasn't necessarily your intent, but now I'm thinking about it. How do I want to handle it? There's got to be a punishment to dying. You could always go the Stardew Valley method, where if you die, you occasionally lose your items and you get a hospital bill. Same deal in like content warning, and I think Lethal Company deducts some of your pay if you die. Or no, they don't. I was wrong on that one. Lethal Company doesn't do that. Should have potions that allow some buffs for a period of time. I think that's what I'm going to use food for. The game's going to be more sci-fi based, so it'll kind of be more like food and tech implants. I didn't think about it. We talked about mutations earlier, but we didn't talk about the fact that maybe you just have a robotic arm, kind of like Cyberpunk. So we need to include tech as another category here. Let me go ahead and mark food down really quick though. Buffs. Yeah, just so I have it there somewhere. It'll give you some buffs. Different modes: hardcore, sandbox, survival, multiplayer, and combat mode. Those would all be great. Let me yeah, we could do some modes. Hardcore. Uh, Sandbox, survival, multiplayer, and combat. Okay, what about a steampunk style boss made of gears and cogs and mechanical parts? That would be pretty interesting. I would have to come up with a good faction for that. Good steampunk style would be interesting though. Yeah, I think we could probably put that under a faction. So let me steampunk. Sure. Um, there's gonna be some sort of other factions here, but I gotta think about some more there. I'm gonna grind combat and survival. I bet. I bet. Honestly, I'll probably be playing a lot of multiplayer with my friends, and I'd even consider hardcore. Hardcore would be so much fun because technically, I mean, there might be two different kinds of hardcore. Um, because the thing is, hardcore, the way I'm thinking of it, um, is one. There's two ways you could go about it. When you die, the game doesn't do anything. It just you die, you die. Nothing else happens. Game resets. Or you could make it so that you don't play that character anymore. So you have to restart with all your NPCs. You restart, but the galaxy has changed. Multiplayer hardcore, that's another great one. So I suppose really what we're looking at is there's single player, and then there's multiplayer. There we go. Like that. There we go. In VR. VR is gonna be insane. Okay. This is suddenly so large. It's crazy how large it gets. Combat with friends in VR. Oh boy. Imagine like running around trying to shoot at each other. The Grinding Gear faction. Not a bad name. Not a bad name at all. Trying to think. Is there anything else that we could throw in here? I don't think I threw setting in here anywhere, did I? I didn't. Let me throw that down there just so I have it. Like Valorant, yeah. You should add a watch that allows you to see back in time if everything around you through time. Ooh. That could be interesting because then it would actually add some extra to time travel. Because we do want a time travel mechanic. I haven't quite figured out how I want to make that work yet, and I'm not sure if it's going to be in the base game and how heavily important it is. But adding like a watch that kind of does, I don't know if you guys have ever played the Batman Arkham games, but it kind of reconstructs the scene as you find clues to tell you what actually happened. That could be interesting. So, time watch, maybe, possibly. Or I guess the time watch is separate to the time travel. Time watch kind of tells you what the travel would entail. These cops hit my car that was in a parking spot and then billed me for it. Bruh. By the way, guys, Admiral's playing a video game. That's what he's talking about. Oh, jeez. But in VR, yeah. I mean, I think the VR mode has some interesting ideas with it. Let me think. What are some other things we can do here? Before I start hyper focusing on a couple of these ideas anyway. I mean, we're looking at something already massive, and it's just going to get bigger. Um, Let me think. About malfunction in portal that teleports you back in time? Um, I'm not too sure. I would like a consequence for traveling and stuff like that. Or doing certain things. So we're thinking about adding powers into the game and how that will work. I'm wanting to make it have a consequence on the world. So maybe there are things like when you go back in time, you can't leave that time period until you do something there in specific. I don't know what though. And maybe when you do that kind of stuff, it does also change uh what your future will look like. Hmm. This game is just huge. It is massive. And you know what it's reminding me of? There's this movie called Free Guy. It's kind of similar to the premise there, isn't it? A scope so large and the AI being characters that you actually properly interact with. It's basically just Free Guy the video game. Oh geez, all I'm hearing in this game is Terraria, Terraria, Terraria. But 3D. I love Free Guy. It was such a good movie, man. And the funny thing is, we were talking about character creation. It's going to take an AI facial picture of you and then shape it your face for you. And then it's going to rate you out of 10 for you as well. And it's going to base it off of Ryan Reynolds. So I mean, like, we have some we already have some correlations here. Oh jeez. Rate you out of 10? Yes, it will rate you out of 10. It'll be mean. It's going to be brutal, dude. But it's only on a scale of 1 to 10 based on Ryan Reynolds. So how close is your face to Ryan Reynolds? If it's not at all, you're a 1. Sorry. But if it's a 10, you're Ryan Reynolds. Nobody gets a 10. See, what I'm going to try to make sure it does is, like, when it sees a picture of Ryan Reynolds, I want it to shape it perfectly to a Ryan Reynolds model. And then it'll know, okay, this guy is Ryan Reynolds. You are a 10 out of 10. TLK or Timeline King could be the game's name. Interesting name. I don't want time travel to be the biggest part. It's just definitely a part. Only Ryan Reynolds is 11 out of 10. You know what? You're right. It's the mythical 11. If you're a Ryan Reynolds lookalike, you get 10. But if you're Ryan Reynolds himself, 11 out of 10. Shoot, 100 out of 10. Dating. Nice cut, King. Thank you, Bionics. Appreciate it. Yes, we are going to add dating to the game. It's going to have everything. It is going to have everything. I guess I should add some other things to NPCs before we go too far deep into this. There's going to be friendships. They can become enemies. They can, there's gonna be different ways this stuff can kind of, no, gosh, downtime 3 universe, that wouldn't be a bad one. I'm kind of of the mind I'm probably gonna leave it without a name until I think it's ready for at least first release, to be honest. What engine are you using to make the game? It's going to be done probably in Unreal Engine. Biggest couple of reasons here. One, it's industry standard. Two, the royalties are very good. Uh, when I was looking into it, the you don't have to pay any royalties on Unreal Engine until you hit 1 million, $1 million. And then even then when you hit that, it's like only what, 5%? I think it's 5%. So it's like easy. Easy choice. Unreal Engine would also give me the really good lighting. It's gonna be pristine. This game is going to suck to try to play on, guys. Like, if your computer already struggles to run things, this game is going to... It's going to hurt. It's definitely gonna hurt. You know, I haven't added a photo mode yet. We need to add photo mode. It's in every game nowadays, and I don't know why. But photo mode. Or wait, one more back. There we go. Could the PS5 play it? I'm not gonna make any promises, but I would like to release console editions at some point. So maybe I should make a sub list here instead. Versions. So we'll have VR. PC is the main version. VR would be a secondary, and then consoles will probably get it last. Because it'll be PC VR first, and then if we can get consoles to run it, I'll do VR console as well. But consoles are going to be tough to get it to run. I'd have to, I probably could get it to run. I'd have to make like a separate release of it where it would be probably downgraded graphics. Because the lighting engine is going to be kind of heavy, probably. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I'm gonna try to make it playable on everything. That's the plan. I want everybody to be able to at least hopefully play it a little bit. You should make it run on just standalone VR. I would love to. I'd be concerned on how well it would run, but I'd like to try. I'd have to look into how the Quest handles that kind of stuff. What kind of capabilities it contains. But I would like to make it run on just about everything if I can. On everything like Fortnite. What would you release the game on, Steam or Epic Launcher? I'm thinking it'll probably be on Steam, more than likely. But if I'm looking at it and Epic actually has some better deals to be on there, I might put it on there as well. I gotta look into how the terms of service works on both of them before I actually do any of that, and I have a guy I can contact about that because he's talked about it before a little bit. For those of you guys don't know, there's this guy named Pirate Software. He's a game developer. And he talks about a lot of this stuff in detail, and I've gotten a lot of my information from him. So if you guys haven't already, go follow him, check him out sometime. He plays a lot of Helldivers, but he also makes games on stream. So if you need any guidance on that, I highly recommend checking him out sometime. Let's see. Can I help? I want to try to learn stuff as well. You don't need to pay me. I would be willing to accept some help, but at this current time, I'm not going to just yet. Just because I want to try to see if I can figure out a lot of it on my own. But if I do find that I need some help, I'll let you know for sure. Let's see. Quest 1 and 2 are 60 FPS. Quest 3, 120 FPS. I have 2. Let me look into some of the hardware they've got. Quest 2 hardware. All right, MetaQuest hardware. What do we got? So it runs on Snapdragon XR2 Gen 1, which I'm not super familiar with what that is and what kind of resources it contains, but it has 6 GB of DRAM. So if I make it a low poly enough version, we could probably make it work, honestly. And that's what I'm kind of debating right now, is maybe starting off low poly. So everything's going to be kind of more pixelated. It's not going to be, super high resolution. Because I won't have the textures available to me yet. But when we get those textures, we'll make a update pack. That's optional to download. It's free DLC that everybody could get. And, there'll probably be a 1080p and then a 4K options, 2 of them. And you can play whichever one you want. I gotta go. Be back at 8 to 9. All right, sounds good, Zender. We'll catch you a little later. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all your suggestions, man. It's been great. Okay. Let me think. What else do we need to add to our list here? So we've talked a little bit about character creation, but we haven't talked about the player itself, I guess. Because I need to tell you guys about how the player communicates with the NPCs. So we got vocal mic. That's gonna be how you talk to your NPCs and such. So maybe that's what we start with, is go back down to player now. So you got your in-depth character creator menu, which will have all sorts of things. So many things. Okay, so I need to go over one more tab spot. Okay. What else? What else is coming with the player? So voice, right? Voiced by the user. NPCs or AI will listen and respond. See, very important question. How many inventory slots will a player have? So I've been trying to think about this. How do I want to handle the inventory system? I'm really not sure, honestly. I think we'll find a good balance as we play the game a little bit, so I might have to do some play testing just without an inventory limit, and just kind of see where I'm finding it's balanced at. I don't want to do a weight limit, but I also don't want to do an item limit, so I gotta figure out an implementation that I like the best. So I find it just annoying walking around and not being able to, pick up extra stuff. Especially when the vendors don't have a lot of credits. And so you have to, you're like, okay, well, I can't, sell all my stuff here, so I have to go to another place. 64 stacks per item, items per stack. That would be funny. Gosh, pull a Minecraft. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, um, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm gonna be honest. It's a thing, because there's a balance to it. You want it to be fun, and so that means, you're gonna have to have a reason to not be in the height of your life all the time. Otherwise, you'll get burnt out. Or you'll start hating the way you feel after you're done playing the game because you're on the high of your life all the time. And so then you don't want to pick up the game ever again. Just installed Blender, time to practice. Let's go. I need to start practicing some Blender too. I may be doing mostly code for the time being, just with placeholder items and objects. But when we get a little closer to it, we'll be doing a lot of Blender streams where we're making, guns, where we're making body presets, so that when you get into the character creation, it can start to adjust some of that for you. It's going to get really interesting really, really quickly. So how do I want to do more stuff with the voice? Echo. So it will echoes in large empty spaces. So it's gonna feel like you're there, it's going to echo. So if you're in a cave and you're talking, it's just gonna bounce back and forth. It can trigger, I'm gonna spell it badly, but avalanches. I think I spelled that right. That's amazing. Attracts enemies. If you're talking in the middle of a forest while you're hunting something, it can hear you. So I want the voice to be a big part of it in a way. Of course, there will still be push to talk. Because if you're just sitting playing with friends or live streaming, for example, I don't want it to just be everybody hears everything. But that's just a small detail there. Okay, one other thing I want to do is add in here music. Gotta have music in the game. We also need random events, stuff like that. Random events and special events. Special events being stuff that happens that you can attend. Random events being things that happen at random times to you. So one is something you're invited to, the other is something that invites itself to you. Gosh, the character creation thing is huge. We might need to find a better way to shorten that down. See, anything else about the voice that we want to do? I don't think so, not right now. Oh wait, another thing I talked about, and I didn't tell you guys about this, is I want a mod creation kit. And what this will allow you to do is create custom NPCs, new weapons, new planets, new factions, different things like that within its own engine. So that, it's very easy to do. So if you want a custom, NPC that has your voice, it's going to have all the tools in there teaching you how to make an NPC with your voice. And so it'll ask you, okay, how do you, talk into the mic for 10 minutes, read this sentence for me, take a video of you talking with your friend and isolate just your voice. Here's how you do it. Go to this website, click this link, takes you to the website for kingragnog.com or whatever, and it talks about, in a special page there, how to make your own voice model and, all that kind of stuff. It's going to go very, very in-depth. So I'm excited about it. I'm going to be right back, so sit tight, everybody. I just need to go get some water. I haven't had anything to drink in a little bit, and I'm I'm aching to stretch for a little bit, so I will see you guys here in just a minute. Okay, I'm back. How's it going, everybody? So to catch everybody up here, if you popped in during the Be Right Back screen and you're like, what's going on? Like, why is King making a game? I've had this game idea in my mind for years. So many years, and it's only gotten bigger over time. And so I've started to make a game design document here. And so um I've started kind of working on some of this, and it's large. It's very, very large. Like this is right here. I'll just highlight it all for you. If it'll let me scroll down. It's not selecting it all. That's oh, okay. Well, here we go. Okay. All of that's highlighted right there is all about the player. And it's not even really done. It's just mostly done for now. It's pretty big, you know? Admittedly, a lot of this could be shortened down. Like, you don't need to have your date of birth thrown on there, but it's on there. Um, and, you know, I want this to be as in depth as possible so that when I'm actually making it, I'm not running around like a chicken with my head cut off designing things that don't work. Um, so we've got quite a lot going on here. I'm thinking we're probably gonna shelf time travel and the time stuff for the first iteration of the game, just because it's such a complex topic, and to balance it with gameplay, it might take a while. So we're gonna leave it alone. We're not gonna mess with it too much. But you know, for the first iteration of the game, it's just about, you know, exploring space, interacting with NPCs. Um, okay. I haven't talked about shops, have I? Currency, that's other stuff that really does matter. Currency, shops. So now we gotta kind of put it in order. So, I guess it kind of matters with the gameplay loop. So let's go down there. So, it starts with a action gameplay moment. So, you're actually playing the game. And then, that's where your character gets created. So now you go home, wherever your home might be. See family, if you have one. And that'll be one of your first interactions with some NPCs, probably, for the most part. NPCs that actually care about you as a player. So that'll be at least somewhat good. And that'll kind of get the player to want to know more NPCs and get to know them better and such. So what else would you might need? I guess we need to define what action and actual gameplay is. So we need to define what the story of the main character is, at least, to get the player into it. What does our character do outside of whatever he's employed in? Because, I guess the ID would need to cover that probably. So there's a handful of fields that you can get by default. So come down here to where the height is. And it'll also have employment, which will be things like including but not limited to farmer, miner, ER, not OR, do shipment driver. Trying to think of some other things that would get you right into combat, because what my imagination here is, you are something. I think shipment driver might be one of the better ones to start with. Or I think as a farmer or a miner, you're just going to be doing your own shipments, probably. So we'll leave that alone for now. So it's got to be something, because what I'm imagining is your ship gets hijacked at the beginning, and so that's what kind of sets off your story and kind of gets you into the gameplay part of things. So you're right into the combat, and then somebody will hand you your wallet, and that's what prompts you to start the game, I guess. So gameplay, start with action and actual gameplay. So your ship gets hijacked, or player ship gets hijacked. And in that, easy pirate enemies, or this might be a moment where your like evil to everybody faction comes in, because I want people to be neutral towards the pirates when they first find them, I think, because they can be good. They might be good to you. They resell things, and they resell very hard to get things. So I don't want it to necessarily mean that you're always against the pirates just because of what they did. So I guess what I need to do then is make it so So it'll be easy warlord enemies. Player fights them off to learn combat. New faction. So this is gonna probably be one of your more neutral factions. Neutral faction. Can't spell. Neutral faction. Middle ground. Neutral faction swoops in to help with large vessel against middle ground. A neutral faction helps with warlord. And then asks for ID. Player hands wallet to, or player hands ID to officer. And then that's where the officer hands back ID. Would be like right there, which then prompts the player character screen right there, I think. And then now that you have your character, officer sends you on your way, recommending you go home. Or officer takes you home while your ship gets repairs. Okay. So then you go home, and you will see your family there if you have one, which will start giving you more in-depth NPCs. First in-depth NPCs that you meet that care. And that would kind of start to become your first demo, I guess, of the game. And that's kind of where you want to get with this stuff, is you want to make your gameplay document, kind of figure out where your end goal is with it. But you want to make a demo first that people can kind of try out and figure out what's, what's the deal with it, what's going on. So once you're done seeing your family, I mean, is there anything else that you do with your family? I guess not. One thing you could do with significant other that I just thought of is pregnant. That's a question mark. You can make your significant other at the beginning of the game already be expecting. I think that's an idea that just kind of adds to the game a little bit more, in my opinion, anyway. So after your family, while you're home, you can take advantage of some other things, like learning about food. Learn about food buffs. Um, learn about sleep buffs. Learn about... Is there any other things that your character would need to learn about there while they're there? Because when you see your family, they might take care of some of that for you. There'll be people at your home, or if you just don't have anybody there for whatever reason, whatever path you chose. Then it might pop up some menus. But the idea is I want everything to be taught to the player without a menu popping up in their face if I can. So learn about healing. So, you'll probably heal from sleep over time and from food, but there's also medical items that you can use. So learn about medical items. And then learn about... Well, then it means... I guess now it would probably be about time for you to... It might be also a thing of returning to work at some point so that you can make credits. But it's got to put you back into action at some point, otherwise people get bored. That's the tough thing I'm coming up with. I don't want to force a story onto people, so you got to make things interesting every 15 minutes or so. So going home, it might only be 10 minutes at this point that we're at, where you've learned about all this stuff. So go... Well, if you sleep through the night, then that should be okay. So, sleep. Which, I mean, you'll already learn about sleep buff, so go work. At work, that's where you'll learn... There's two paths here. So you'll either learn about how that stuff works, so learn about how to do your job. Earn some pay. Meet more NPCs. And then, this will probably be the first time you learn how to fly, because your ship gets delivered to you at work. And, so this is where you'll learn to fly. And, universe opens up to you entirely. So at this point, you can pretty well go do whatever you want. So that'll kind of give you a pretty decent amount of NPCs, especially if you have any at home. You'll have all of them to talk to. You'll be able to go to work, which you'll have all of them to talk to there. So that'll give you some friends and family to have. This will also teach you an address book. How to use address book. With NPCs and having friends and all that, you'll have to have an address book. We gotta come up with a reason for you to not have tons of cell phones and stuff. So I gotta figure out that way you have a reason to travel around. Okay. Okay. Let me think for a second here. That opens up most of it just fine, I think. So let's go ahead and write about some other things then, because that gives me a pretty good amount of stuff of like, okay, this is what we're missing right now. So we need to talk about the warlord enemies. So how do enemies work in general, rather? It kind of starts off with the player ship getting hijacked, which starts you off against enemies in combat. So we're going to start with the enemies, which would be right here. Oops, not Gen Z slang. Okay, I I don't have any information to put there just yet, so that's fine. So, scale in difficulty. Based on player level and what faction. There are always going to be some factions that are, you know, going to be more difficult than your level, and there's always going to be factions that are kind of less than your level because they don't get the same amount of training. So that's kind of the hope there. So we kind of talked about the warlords a little bit. So the warlords are going to be kind of more specific here. They're the first people that you run into entirely. First faction you meet, hostile. I guess more so hostile to everyone who isn't their warlord faction. Because there's going to be multiple warlord factions within that group. It's just everybody refers to them as the warlords, but they, you know, there's lots of them. There's plenty of them, so you got to be careful. Idea procedural terrain generation with procedurally generated structures. I would like to, but I think my first focus is more so on handcrafted cities. Uh, my main concern with procedural generation, which I love, by the way, in Starfield they tried that and they didn't have enough structures to keep it interesting, and a lot of people were wishing for more special structures. So I'm gonna do several capital cities, and then there's also going to be several procedurally generated structures, similar, even big structures like villages and stuff. Those might be procedurally generated with special NPCs inside. So we'll see how we can make it work, but I'd like to make it work for sure. Okay. What else do we need to know about the warlords? What do they dress like? Um Dressed in battle armor. Violent. They're probably using heavy military gear. I can't spell today. Um, they're gonna be kind of intimidating once you run into them at first. Um, these guys are going to be, generally speaking, on par or higher level than the player at all times. Because being against these guys, nobody likes the warlords. That's kind of the point. They don't like anybody. They don't like anybody, so nobody likes them. So they're going to be higher level in order to help stop alliances, especially as you get higher up in your level. The level differences are going to be much larger. You're going to notice, like, when you're level 50, they're probably level 75. So it's going to be more of I can't take these guys on anymore on 1v5s. It's gonna need to be a 1v2 or a 2v5 or sometimes even larger armies than that. Which I haven't even talked about large scale wars. That's one thing I'm really excited about with this. Wars. Okay. So the warlords have been kind of named here now, and they have a purpose. They have some basic details about them. So now we gotta talk about combat, which brings us to where's my enemies? I put it at the top right. Okay. So combat. Okay, I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Zender. How's it going, man? So, combat. You came back just in time. So there's several different ways to fight, obviously. We're gonna have hand-to-hand. I don't know if that's correct or not, but it looks right. Then, of course, there's also going to be melee weapons. And projectiles. Along with that, we're gonna need explosives. And what other kind of combats could you use? I've been thinking, but honestly just forgot. You know, that's fair. There's a lot there. I don't blame you for forgetting. Um, gosh. What can, like, you do with combat in your area? Maybe we even add throwables? I don't know, that one might be a little bit much. But I'd like to make it so maybe you can throw some of your environmental items as well, or knock them over. Um, we'll see. So, hand to hand, I'm gonna try to make this as good as possible without it being just button mashing. So it's gonna kind of be more combo based. So think kind of similar to Spider-Man slash Batman game style. You know, it's gonna be more like, you know, when you actually hit people with your hand, it's not just the same punching motion over and over and over again. You know, there's some different moves, and you're gonna have some times where you're kicking them or where you're, uh, you know, uh, you're gonna have different moves. That's the big thing with hand to hand. Now melee technically is also hand to hand, but this is more so about swords, uh, daggers. Daggers. How how does one spell dagger? Is it just that? I guess. I don't know. Sure. It doesn't matter. You should be able to throw anything. You heard me. Anything. Daggers? Okay. I tried that originally and it kept correcting it, so I wasn't sure. We'll go with daggers, so. Um, do staffs, honestly, like a bow staff. Uh, hmm. Axe. And there's gonna be different types of swords too, so we gotta You gotta kind of remember that as well. You throw like an entire city, yeah. Just casually picks up a building, right? Okay. Um. Sorry. Random Reddit post caught my attention there. All right. So I think we'll leave that alone for now. I mean, there's probably plenty more melee weapons there, but that gets us at least something casual. So projectiles, we got guns, obviously. Uh, we could even go with bows slash crossbows. They might not necessarily exist in the same form, but having those would still be kind of cool, maybe. Especially if you do any time traveling, they're gonna be in there. So, um, grenade launcher. And sure, why not an RPG? I'm gonna use only PX4s as a gun. Gosh. Okay, so explosives, you're gonna have grenades. You're gonna have, oh no, mines. Why not? Molotov? Sure. Wraps for guns like Fortnite. I didn't think about it. We probably could have some skins, honestly, though. Like have it so you can download texture packs from people, or even some in the game as well. Let me add that so I don't forget about it. Texture packs and skins. There we go. Skins might be a little bit later down the line for me, but it would at least be good to have it on there somewhere still. Um, any other explosives that you might encounter right now? Hmm. I'm thinking that's good for now, right now. So throwables. These are environmental things that you can kind of just pick up and yeet. So random knife, uh, rocks. If they're on the ground, you might pick them up and yeet them. Uh, Possibly some chairs. If we want to reference Yakuza, we could do bikes. Um, I mean, of course, you could also throw melee weapons. So maybe what I need to do is change this to or I guess hang on, Control C, like that. Um, Environmental. I still can't spell. Jeez. Environmental. There we go. Um, Environmental objects. These are things that you can actually use to fight with. Okay. Now your throwables is significantly smaller. Not just like your grenades and stuff. But we'll go and throw them on here as well. They're also explosives, but you know, an explosive house would be good. Yes, yes, it definitely would. What could go wrong with that? Okay, so that kind of gives us some weapons. What I actually just realized too was I didn't do that right. Oops. Okay. There we go. So that got us our weapons covered. When in combat, NPCs do not wish to speak to you. They are busy or do not wish to speak to you. Just want to throw that in there in case I need to put that down somewhere else later on. What can we do to explain the combat a little bit more? So, gunplay is similar to Starfield. Starfield had some of the best gunplay ever. Hand to hand, similar to Batman Arkham or Spider-Man PS4. And when it comes to like melee weapons, is similar to what would I do with like swords and such? What games do I usually play? I mean, I usually play Chivalry, but that's a lot slower, so you can't really just do that. It might have to be my own system, really, honestly, in order to fit in with the other two. Hollow Knight. I mean, I do like Hollow Knight. I don't know how I would do the combat similar, but I do like Hollow Knight. Well, we don't know what melee is similar to yet, but that kind of gives us the basics of combat anyway. I mean, there's so much more that needs to be thrown in there, but that gets us a little bit about combat. So now we need to talk about the new faction, a middle ground one. So this one will probably be slightly more policey in general. So you know they're all about security, and so that's why they exist where they exist. So I guess what we need is a factions panel. I can explain some more about these guys. So the warlords, there we go. So they're the first faction you meet. They're hostile to everyone who isn't in their warlord faction. They're dressed in battle armor and are considered violent, and usually utilize heavy military gear. I'm gonna remove all that from the enemy section here, just to keep it a little bit smaller for now. Will there be levels like swords level 1 through 100? I'm kind of hoping it'll scale with you. So as you level up and such, the weaponry will level up with you. That way, if you find a weapon you like, you don't ever lose it. Or there will be a good way to upgrade it. That way you can still utilize your weapons. Add like 10 more to every category and then you're good past 100. Yeah. I mean, like, we'll have a lot. We'll definitely have a lot of stuff here. I mean, like, when we're talking about throwables and, you know, what kind of guns we're using, I mean, there's going to be hundreds of guns, probably. Tons of combinations. So if you want to actually craft your own gun, you can, you know, get a base kit and then add stuff to it later on. Okay. So factions, right? So this is our newer faction. We need to come up with a temporary name for them. They're going to be considered more of a military. So they're at least a military branch of this company, or not this company, this faction. I don't know. I gotta come up with a name though. Be right back. All right, sounds good, Zender. We'll catch you a little later. This will be probably, for now, we'll just call it. The United Order sounds very hostile. That might be like a, that one might be pretty, pretty far on an extremist group. This is more middle ground, but, more towards, peace, justice, and security. And they'll have their own little solar systems and such. So we would probably call them the United Colonies. No, that is Starfield. United Systems. Sure. So now I can keep it the US. United Systems of America. Gosh. I might actually do that just for the fun. Just for the fun of it. So the United Systems, right? These guys are the second faction you meet. Friendly to all unless you are, well, friendly to all unless provoked. Different where based on what sector and job they have. Friendly, and they probably are also going to be more secure than free. So they're going to be sort of more on the side of you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do that. But their focus is on trying to make things secure, so that's why they say that. Heavily funded on heavily funded. So, you know, when it comes to money, they'll pay you well, and they also would probably, for the most part, I'd imagine, you know, probably around the same level as player in terms of scale on their level. Because when you're that large of a group, even if you're heavily funded, you still might not have the best of the best soldiers. So generally the same as player level. Okay. So now what else do we need to add here? So that goes into player creation, which would be right here. Okay, and then from player creation, that takes you to home. So let me go down here. Okay. Melee axe. The melee axe is gonna be sick, bro. I can't wait to see what people would do with it. I'm gonna make it a fun weapon to use, probably. Are we gonna be like every other game, battle pass? I refuse. I refuse to put a battle pass in my game, man. I might have I might have some DLCs for the game later on, but definitely no battle pass. I'm especially, I mean, considering it's not going to even be like a live service game where I'm providing tons of updates. I don't need like that much funding necessarily. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to put in here. So home, this is where the player and their family reside. You have to go here after the first tutorial, after the introduction. You learn about several major mechanics here. What else about home? Probably your safe place for you to spawn, or safe place for you to you're not gonna be able to respawn here because it's gonna respawn at your save locations. So I probably need to put that into the sleep document. That's usually where you'll save unless you just do it in your save menu or pause menu. Usually really safe unless you've made some enemies. Can be custom built using some crafted parts or buying or buying via credits, or buying yeah, that's good enough. I can understand that. So then we need to probably cover what kind of custom building it is. Probably more in line with the similarities of, I think, how would I go about explaining that? There's so many ways you could go about explaining how I want it built, but none of them are perfect. It's gonna be probably more in line with similar to Starfield and Art. Similar to Starfield or Ark or Sons of the Forest. That should kind of help me out a little bit in kind of figuring some things out. I would really like to do it, voxel based, but that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Not with this game. Or I guess I should say block based. It might still be kind of technically voxel, I guess. Okay, I think that's good for the home right now, because we'll talk about what's next. Probably NPCs. Oh no, Angel. Oh my gosh. So I guess this is where we talk about the family system a little bit more in depth. So, you can make your family, but they'll also have an interesting dynamic about them as well. So, family. So we've got to make it balanced in a way. So how do you balance having a family? I don't know. I really don't know, man. Okay. Yo, make your family. Trying to find a good comfy position for myself to sit. I'm just not able to, unfortunately. Okay, so for family, these, oh, these, NPCs are special to, or these NPCs already think the player is special. So they're already going to have an advanced knowledge on this player. They're going to know the player's name. They're going to, care deeply about this player. They're going to, so let me write down some of that. Calls the player by name. Is usually friendly to the player. Will usually look similar to the player if autogen. Work on story instead. I have some ideas. Maybe it's peaceful, but then chaos. So for story, I don't have like a whole overarching story yet. I just have some things to get the player like into some of the story where they can explore it later on. So right now it's more so like, okay, the ship gets hijacked. That's where you run into your first set of enemies. They're going to be easy. That's where you're going to learn how to fight. That's also where you're going to learn some of these characters from. Then you're going to have a neutral faction come in who's, they're more militant. So, they have a lot of money, very strict on rules and stuff. They're going to ask for your ID. That's where you're going to make your character. And then that's where you'll eventually go home. And you will hopefully, meet some NPCs there. If you have any family, then that's where you'll meet your first NPCs that really set this game apart. Enemies more like Eminem. Oh jeez. That's yeah. No, that could be a thing. We're gonna make all the enemies look like Eminem. Idea, make a festival. Oh, there's gonna be so many events. We're gonna have festivals, concerts. I'm gonna have even atmospheric events like the eclipse. When I was watching the eclipse the other night, I had kind of looked up and I was like, why don't I just put this in my video game? So there's gonna be an eclipse in the game, and you can have those on any planet, and they're kind of random. They happen when they happen. Um, so that'll be nice. Well, they don't just happen when they happen. They should happen all the time. You just got to be able to find them. um, you just got to know where to look, I guess, rather. Then there's gonna be probably some other like major news events that happen throughout the game that kind of help draw the player into some of that a little closer to get them to explore and such. Um, the game's just gonna get progressively bigger, I guess is the idea. So it starts off with you just in your ship, and then it slowly expands to you going home, and you're like, okay, so there's space, there's my home. Well, then it's eventually going to take you to work. And when you go to work, that's going to be on another planet. So it's like, okay, there's two planets. And then um that's where you get your ship back. And there's going to be some things in that ship that kind of teach you some other things. Like one, you're going to learn how to fly. Um You'll have an address book, so you'll be able to find everybody that you want to find. So when you meet a new character, eventually you'll learn where they live. That'll be put automatically into your address book. Um, the universe will open up to you entirely, but there will be some things that kind of prompt you to go to those other places. Especially NPCs, they'll kind of help guide you. So when you go back home eventually, you'll be talking to your family and they'll go like, hey, did you hear about this? It's like, our government voted for this, like, this is kind of weird, different things like that. How have I put this in my game? Exactly. I'm looking at, like, I'm taking that. That's mine now. Make an apocalypse in 2035 in the game. Dude, an apocalypse would be kind of awesome. I'd have to figure out a good way to do it. Like, there's gonna be nukes in the game that you can get a hold of if you're good enough at it. Like, theoretically, you're going to be able to cause collapses of society, and I want you to be able to actually, properly kill everything. Just all the modes combined. Oh gosh. I mean, I haven't even tackled really the world building too much yet. We've just started with a couple of factions who don't like each other, and you got caught up in it somehow. Um, so what have we gotten to so far? Home. So then that gets us to family, which we're talking about right now. Um, you want a tank model? I don't know what kind of tanks or vehicles I'll be using in the game just yet, but if I do need anything, I'll let you know for sure. But tanks are cool. If you happen to have a model, I wouldn't say no to checking it out sometime, though. If you have any pictures, I'd love to see those in the Discord, especially. Um, so the NPCs here for family and specific. Tank would be cool, though. In VR, yes. Yes, absolutely. I think that's one of the more exciting things about it to me is like the VR possibilities. Like you're actually gonna be able to play it, and it's gonna be cool. I don't know anything about coding and making games with VR, so like this is all so far off from like you know being 100% real, but you know, we're getting there. There we go. Apocalypse in VR. I mean, there's gonna be so many different ways we could tackle the apocalypses too. I mean, there could be different options. So when you meet a certain, you know, when you hit certain metrics, the game starts to trigger these apocalypses. And, you know, I don't know. I'd have to look into how that would all work. Not interfering causes things, and interfering might also cause things. I don't know. Definitely a lot to think about. Okay, family. So, um, we'll ask about your day, week, work, um, plans, um, etc. There we go. Thank you for the work, CC. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day. This is Project King 2034, so the apocalypse is 2035. Oh gosh. I like the idea. I like the idea. I like where that's going. Okay, I'm gonna take another quick break. I know I just took one like not that long ago, but I need to go get more water. I have a small cup today. I need to go find a bigger one. But I might also find something sweet to eat, like maybe a cookie or something. I don't know. But I'll be right back. My throat's starting to hurt too, so this is great timing. I'll be right back though. Okay, I'm back. Zender, it's funny you mentioned that. I haven't made that new Be Right Back screen like you said. Uh, it's been it's been a while. I think it was even when I was doing my 24-hour stream. So back in like November, I still hadn't had one. Um, so it's been a while. It's been a while. I have priorities, I want to make game. So like, it's between Be Right Back screen or video game, right? I was so off with 2 to 3 weeks. It's fine. It's fine. You only really start to notice it once people point it out. So like, you know, I don't blame you one bit for not necessarily making note of it. Gosh, family. Um, if player chooses, they can let their OG, they can let their current character, if player chooses, they can take control of a family member. I'll make more there later. I don't know. King thinks game no make, no life success. Exactly, exactly. Game no make, no money. Game make, lots of money. I hate that I've established the fact that I just said this now, and that's all on the internet. You guys now all think that just because the way I look at life and success is money. Well, this might also draw in women. Who knows? Like that's success, right? Finding a happy person to spend life with. That's part of success. Not just money. Not just money. Cats. I could do without the cat, but fair enough. I can respect it. I can respect that. Oh, I haven't even added pets to the game yet. That's another one that we were gonna do. Um, right up here. That might come in a little later, but it's still gonna be in the game at some point. Maybe we can make Goop Gorp an obtainable pet. I still gotta get permission, but I'm pretty sure I know the answer to that. I think they'd think it'd be pretty cool. Animals too? Yes, yes. We will hopefully be adding Earth animal pets. We'll be adding hopefully some alien creatures that you can also have as pets. I mean, it's gonna be pretty fun. Um, and then we'll have different purposes, of course. Um, so there will be some pretty interesting things to do, I think. Is there any other things that you want? I mean, I'll probably do more with family later. I guess some things to note would be on holidays they gather all together and celebrate. Foxes, cats, dogs, giraffes. Dude, a pet giraffe would be kind of sick. Pet giraffe would be really, really sick. Um, encourage you to Keep going. And can be kidnapped. Because of you. What else? Did you know baby giraffes are half the adult height? I didn't know they were that tall, no. That's incredible, though. That is incredible. But now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, that's about the height I see baby giraffes at. I've seen them a couple of times and never even thought about it. That does sound about right. Which is insane. Kidding, I just made that up. Bruh. Honestly, well, let me double check this. Now I'm curious, because every time I see a giraffe that's at least juvenile, it's around about half the height. How tall is a baby giraffe in comparison to an adult giraffe? The average height of a grown giraffe can be 3.2 meters taller than a baby giraffe. A baby giraffe is 6 feet tall. So, 6 feet is about 2 meters around about. So actually, yeah, Zinder, you might actually be kind of close on that. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's actually wow. I mean, according to these two sources, at least. I don't know. I don't know. You know, all the facts and if they're all correct, but it's relatively close, which is impressive. That is very, very impressive. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, now we know. Now, again, according to those two sources, so it might be a little bit off, but um, just very not so intense research. Now we're just talking about giraffes. Giraffes are awesome, dude. I love giraffes. Okay, I'll answer that later. I just noticed I had a DM from a friend from like a couple hours ago. I was like, I should probably answer that. I'm like, I'll answer that tomorrow, or not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Well, it might be tomorrow. By the time I'm done with the stream, it might be tomorrow. But after stream, I'll answer it. Gosh. Now we know. No. Okay. So family will also have a ton of events tied to it that make it so important and fun. But we're gonna leave that alone for now, right now. So now we gotta talk about food and the buffs that it can kind of give you. So these consumable items give you various buffs slash debuffs. Bread equals turn into bread. I am bread. Gosh. I need to play that game. I have it. I have a game called I Am Bread, and it is amazing. I just haven't played it on stream with you guys. I haven't even actually played it now I think about it. I've watched somebody play it, and it was great back then. I'm sure it's great now. Okay, so some of these items can be negative after repeated use. Addiction. Can't really put that in parentheses. Okay. Addict. That's good enough. I want it to be all on one line there. So there's referring to awesome, sweet. Maybe after I beat Hollow Knight, I'll play I Am Bread. That would be a good one. Yeah, it's I Am Bread, and I've got another game that I need to play as well that I can't remember. Um, when addicted, you I don't know. We'll have to think about that system a little bit more in depth. I got to think about a good system that still maintains some amount of reality with addictions. So, that gets us our basics of food. You eat them, it gives you some buffs and debuffs, possible debuffs. Sometimes it's only buff. And some of them, if you eat them too often, will give you addictions, such as alcohol. I'm probably going to add some drugs into the game, that kind of stuff. Food, when consumed, will oftentimes heal you as well. Okay. What else did we put in here? Sleep buff. Okay. Sleeping. When asleep, or a player can sleep in certain places. In certain places or on certain items. Beds. There was this streamer I really liked, so I followed and watched him from the start to the end. Volka, the middle he watched a review of. Oh. Oh boy. You know, oh boy. Enjoyable, I'm sure. Gosh, I don't really watch any streamers now I think about it. Let me see, are any of the streamers I do watch online? Most of them don't stream as much anymore. I occasionally watch the CEO of Twitch. I occasionally watch Delta, JMO, Preserve Pie, and Just Cause underscore live. Those are all people I do watch. I need to drop a lurk on one of them. Let me pull up in the stream really quick. There we go. Awesome. You should let them sleep on the streets in case they're homeless. I probably will. There's gonna be several places you can sleep. I just gotta figure out like the good balance on it and what sleeping on each one gives you. So probably the higher quality of the place, the better. Um, higher quality places and items allow for better rest. When you rest, you gain probably an XP buff. Looks more like it's right with an XP, but it's AXP to be correct. AXP buff. When you rest, your health will heal. When you rest, what are some other things that could help with resting? You gain more energy. I don't know what energy will do just yet, but I'm kind of thinking having a... You can't have, like, negative effects from having energy, or lack thereof of energy, but you can have positive effects for having energy. So having extra energy makes you move faster or makes you able to hold more items, maybe. Makes you actually heal over time. Who knows? I got a life scar, but now I don't remember the review. Gosh. That's obviously. Hmm. So what we could do maybe is... I'm just trying to think of how you can tie sleeping in with the family mechanics as well. So when you sleep and all conditions are met, you can... what's gonna be the correct term here? I want something that doesn't sound childish, but doesn't sound too adult-like. I just want it to be. You can get money infinitely. I mean, yes. I mean, technically. I mean, you sell off your free labor. Gosh. When you sleep, you can have a child. That's like the most basic way I can put it there. You dream? I do intend to have a dream mechanic, maybe. It would be kind of interesting. I don't know what all you could do with it, but I'd kind of be interested in maybe having maybe a mini game even while you sleep. When you sleep, time passes in the galaxy. Or in the universe. I don't want to limit myself to just the galaxy. We might explore more about the dream mechanic, because I think that could be interesting. And maybe when you're having a dream, it's a mini game of some sort. And, you could do, like, a, if you do well in the mid game, it'll make it, like, oh, what's it called? It'll give, like, it'll give you a better stat boost or something like that. I don't know. Like when you go to sleep and go into a dream, then you dream a lot, but then you wake up in your crappy house. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It would be kind of funny. I kind of thought about maybe adding like an inception mechanic to it. So maybe we'll do an inception. There we go. Nice little inception reference, maybe. um. Okay. What else could sleeping do? Do I want it to be forced that a player has to sleep after a certain amount of time? Because we could make it so that if you don't sleep after a while, you start having psychosis. No sleep for the Americans. Everything I wrote. Oh gosh. Dude, I sleep so little. I would like to add psychosis into the game somehow. I just need to find a good way to do it. I'd like to do it with food for one of them, so like eating mushrooms, for example. But I don't want to force the player to have to sleep because let's say they're in an intense fight and time is just passing by so quickly. You're not necessarily going to have time there. I don't know. They don't sleep after 3 days, they're slower and weaker, and after 5 days, they pass out. I don't really necessarily know if I want to force the player to do anything, though. Because I mean, like, for example, if you're in the middle of a fight, say, with, like, you're in a gunfight, and you just happen to have not slept, I'd hate for that to be the reason for somebody to lose. So I'm trying to figure out, I guess, the right way to balance it. Is there... I want the rewards for sleeping more so than I think I want there to be a debuff for not sleeping, if that makes any sense. Kind of like, for example, anyone that plays Minecraft, phantoms. Most people don't like the phantom because it punishes you for not sleeping instead of rewarding you for sleeping. I mean, I guess the reward is that the punishment goes away, which just it doesn't really work too well because there's not any good way around phantoms. So I'm trying to avoid that if I can. Um, but I'm having a hard time. I don't know. You should definitely add pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. I should. Having pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis would be awesome because we can make it so like if you're like cutting down what is it like blocks of silicon, then if you're not wearing a respirator, then it gets into your lungs and then it gives you pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Do you guys want to hear me say that again? I don't want to say it again, so we're good, right? No, it's annoying because there are so many attack you and you can't outrun them. We don't care about the sleep part. It's not that though. Like most people just carry a bed on them, so they just plop it down and they sleep. Um, or if they don't have a bed on them, it's usually within range. Um, so I don't necessarily I find it more so annoying only because it feels more like a punishment than anything else. Because there's no reward to keeping phantoms around either. I mean, it's like they're 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 there and you can use their membrane for one potion and that's it. I mean, you can repair your wings, I guess, but nobody does that because they usually get like mending and that's it. You don't need to repair your wings ever again. So I mean I gotta figure out a good way. Um Do you know how people get pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanic coniosis? Essentially, it's when like usually it's like when somebody's like cutting into rock, and then they breathe in the rock dust, gets into their lungs and stays there. Usually that's I believe what causes pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanic coniosis. Gosh. I believe it. It's been so long since I've looked into that. I did that for my anatomy project one time. Um, so long ago. I think we'll leave sleeping alone for now. Possible effects for not sleeping. We'll think about it, but I don't know if we'll touch on it too much. Let's see. Medical items. Okay. So this is pretty obvious, but like food, might as well explain it. Control B, medical, or medical items rather. These consumable items give you buffs. Probably just buffs, but maybe debuffs as well. Maybe there'll be like some side effects. I don't know. These items will heal and cure you of disease. Anything else that we need to know about medical items? Each item heals different things. That sounds so dumb to say it that way, but I guess that's the best way to say it. I don't know. Something like right on the tip of my nose, and it keeps. It's like itchy. Gosh. Because rocks are made of red lava. Yes, yes. Oh boy. Medkit, painkiller. Yeah, those will definitely be in. Definitely be in there. There will be like a first aid kind of deal. Will it cure pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis? You don't have to say it. I know you don't have to say it, but it's kind of fun to say as well. It's slowly making my voice go away. I can feel it kind of starting to get a little bit more dry. But I mean, it probably well, actually, now that I think about it, the only way to cure pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis, I think, is surgery, right? Now I gotta look this up. How to cure pneumono. Let me just copy and paste it. I'm not typing that all out. Copy. Can't be cured. Once the disease has been diagnosed, treatment is aimed at keeping it from getting worse. Okay, so we'll make up a cure in the game. Okay. Yeah, we can make up a cure. Okay. So what else we got in here? Work. We need to explain work mechanics. Yay! Okay. Call it Volcano Cure. Yes. I like the name. I like the name. Let me think. So, a player can work various jobs, quests. They're kind of quests. Your job is going to be more contract based rather than you know, that's what you do all the time unless you work as a farmer and you're running your own farm. The player can work various jobs um, to earn money in the game. Earn money. These jobs usually are based on commission, I think is a better term. So, you know, you get whatever you get. So if you get, like, say you're a miner, you get 20 iron, you're gonna get paid for 20 iron. If you got 15, it would only give you 15. POV Technoblade finds the cure to cancer while he is dead, which is true. I mean, yeah, they have made some massive breakthroughs since then, which is crazy. It is absolutely crazy, and it's all because he helped draw attention to it, which was awesome. We usually don't think about how we impact the world um, until, well, we don't usually think about how we impact the world when we're gone, but we still impact it even after we're dead, which is scary. Add Technoblade to the game. I've got him in here for the Easter eggs. We've got a couple of achievements and maybe a pig with a crown somewhere, possibly. I just gotta make sure that I'm good with the legalities, but there will be some Technoblade in the game if I can. At the very least, I want to make one where if you farm like 1,000,000 potatoes, it will give you an achievement saying you did the pig proud or something like that. Credit to Vince for the idea there. That was pretty genius. I think Vince was the one that suggested it. 1 mil. Oh, dude, the potatoes will be easy to harvest, hopefully, because we're gonna be doing it. It'll be. I gotta think about the right way to do this. There'll be like huge fields, and you'll be able to run the machinery across it to collect the potatoes, and you'll be able to have your farm hands help you out, uh, whether they be your children that you've taught how to drive your machinery, or you know, hired hands, whatever. It's the Potato War series you made. Yes, yes, it'll be great. The Potato War was probably one of his most iconic pieces. So I figured that would be a good one. Um, if we add the pig with the crown, it's gonna be like super rare, and when it happens, you can't kill it. Like it just doesn't die. Um, which will be kind of nice. I think it'll be nice anyway. Let's see. So, um, trying to think of the way I want to. How about Technoblade's favorite number for the amount of potatoes? We could definitely make that happen. I don't know what his favorite number is, but we could probably look into it. At least incorporating it in some way. Hmm. Okay, what else? What else is like special about work in this game? Like when you're making credits, not just from selling things that you find on your travels, but actually working for a contract. Um, these are offered through various factions to help gain reputation. I'll just do rep. Which is a whole different system, I guess. I trying to think of the right way to get into this point. Uh, enemy factions don't usually allow you to work for them. Okay. Anything else that we need to kind of work on with the work mechanic? I mean, I could put down all the types of jobs, but there's gonna be so many, so it's just gonna kind of be one of those things. Every update, I'll probably add a new job and try to balance it. I have a stopwatch that's been going on for 122 hours. That's pretty darn good. That's what is that? 24, 48, 96, 120. That's 5 days and 2 hours, I think. If I did my math right. I'm sorry, it's late. It's late for me right now. I've been up for a while. Um so I'm not sure if that's the right math, but that sounds right to me. Hey, welcome on in, Raiders. How's it going? Let me scroll up a little bit there. Oh geez. That may have been a little bit funky to look at. Hello. How was your stream though, man? You guys are playing some Baldur's Gate, if I remember correctly. I kind of popped in there to lurk for a little bit. Yeah, Baldur's Gate. How was it, homie? If you guys haven't already, please follow justcause_live. Homie's great. One of my friends, and always a good time hanging out over there for sure. 9:39 p.m. For me, it's 10:30, 10:39. Jeez, it's already getting late. Man's with the new cut. Sheesh. Yeah, I had a doctor's appointment today, and there was like plenty of time to kill. So my mom was like, "Hey, do you want to go get a haircut?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's do that. I like that idea. Feels nice to have like all the weight of the world lifted off my head. It's nice." It was good. How's your stream going? It's going good. We've been writing up a game design document here, um, to kind of work on a game. This is like a big project, so it's not going to happen for a while. We've kind of thrown out the year 2034 just for the lulz. I doubt it's ever going to come out by then. I think if I dedicate like my soul to it, I could probably have out a working game. I mean, we could probably have a working game out in 2 years. Full vision, complete 5, maybe. But I'd have to put in all my time to it, and I won't do that. So 10 years sounds reasonable. Burr's out here saying the weight of the world, and he's seen my hair. Okay, fair point. Fair point. My hair's like so thick. I hate having it that long, man. It's nice having it long like over here and stuff, but I like having it shorter on the sides. So this was good. I just looked at my hairstylist. I was like, hey, fix it. Do whatever you want. It'll be great. She wasn't gonna touch it too much. I was like, just like leave an inch on the sides and it should be fine. And she's like, okay. And I was like, that's better. That looks so good. And then they all kept walking over, touching my hair. All the hairstylists. They're like, his hair's so thick. What the heck? Like, don't touch my hair, man. I only let one person do it, and it's because I'm paying them. And then like they're looking at it and they're like, the blonde streaks through it. That's like amazing. I'm like, dude, help me. Help me. Bro, I got thick hair too. I had no idea. I see her hair, it looks, or it doesn't look thin. I just imagine it being thin because like usually long hair is thinner, at least from like my family. On their long hair is usually thin. So I always imagine it kind of being like a more thin hair. But it being thick, I guess, kind of makes sense too. Now I'm thinking about it a little bit more. genetically speaking. Anyway, um, just become baldy. You know, I could do that. I could do that. What could go wrong? It looks thin because I tie it back. That's fair. That's fair. That would do it. That definitely would do it. Oh boy. Yeah, I imagine. I should grow out my hair like you one day, man. I should grow out my hair. What could go wrong? Get a ruler and a green shirt and become bald. I don't know if I want that, man. What do you mean generically? No, 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 no. Like genetically, like this is gonna make me sound horrible. How do I even Google this just to fact check myself without sounding racist? I've heard it was said, okay? Hang on. Like just let me explain myself. A couple of my friends who are also Asian usually talk about how their hair is thick. If I had thought about that, I don't know if that's just a thing, but you know, I can't think of any of my Asian friends who have said that their hair is, you know, thin. Now that doesn't mean Asians can't have thin hair. I mean, I'm sure they can. But I've really worked myself into a corner here, haven't I? Um but, you know, generally speaking, I mean, I guess hair is hair at the end of the day, true. Um but at the end of, you know, usually you know, good old me. We love a good old racism every now and then, right? And yes, us Asians have pretty thick hair. Yeah, I seem to remember some of my friends saying that, but I was like, oh, maybe I should have said that just the way I did. I gotta think. I gotta think a little more carefully, right? Gosh. POV, you stutter. Yeah, I'll go check my car tomorrow night. Then I'm on the phone. I'm sorry, but I'll call tomorrow if your phone that's gonna get clipped out of context and people are gonna go, he's making fun of people with stutters. Listen, man, I was actually stuttering over the ifs. I didn't mean to say if that many times. I just had a hard time getting off of it. But Asian hair also tends to be dry, so it's hard to work with sometimes. Interesting. That's actually really interesting. Well, for what it's worth, your hair looks like it's not dry. Like it looks, I don't like to say moist, but it looks like it's been your hair isn't moist. It's your hair looks hydrated. Whenever I see your camera on, it looks like your hair is taken well care of. Taken care of well. Thank you. I think I'm Yes, I'm trying to say something nice, but it's not coming out nicely, but I promise you I'm being sincere. Gosh, I suck at this, man. Your hair is very well hydrated, homie. That's what I'm just trying to say. Gosh. I just showered an hour ago and I hear this. You know, maybe your hair's hydrated too, Zender. I don't know. Want to know the other weird Asian fact? You know I do, man. You know I do. I'm concerned what I might learn, but also very intrigued because you're like one of my main sources. At least right now, you're my main source of Asian facts and probably history for that matter too. My hair is still wet. Your hair's still wet, so it's very moist. A lot of us Asians have dry earwax. Interesting. I've never thought about I've never thought about the makeup of my earwax. The texture of my earwax, rather, maybe? Or no. The const consti the constitution of my earwax, maybe? The makeup, I guess that's just another word for makeup. Yeah, it's no, I'm not gonna do it. The temptation to just reach in there and see, but I'm not gonna do it. I wish it wasn't true, but it do? Really? Huh. I mean, I'm trying to think back to the last time I've like felt my earwax. Usually it's a little bit of both. Um, hmm. Like it's dry on the closer it is to the outside of my ear, but it's like very, very wet. Like when you get deeper. And right now I got to clean out a lot of that stuff because it's bad. I'll be honest with you guys. Um, like a week ago, I pulled out some really nasty stuff out of my ear. It was gross. This is gonna gross a lot of people out, but I'm just gonna go out and say it. There was like this chunk of black wax that came out, and I was like, oh, no wonder I can't hear anything. Still haven't really taken care of it. But it needs to come out. It desperately needs to come out. Bro, for me, it's like flaky and it's hard to clean. That's so weird. And I bet it is. Like, I gotta get some product clean mine. Just because of the build up. But usually for me, it's like relatively easy to get, you know, really clean. But yeah, with it being flaky, I mean, you gotta probably take extra care of it even because I'd imagine it builds up quicker than it's not necessarily a liquid wax, but it's more wet wax, I guess. Huh. I've never, you know, Zender, I'm with you on that. We went from game to earwax, and I'm all for it. Like I'm 100% down to talk about, but I never thought I'd be talking about earwax on the live stream at hour 420. Gosh. Oh jeez. Good old earwax. Now tomorrow I'm going to spend like an extensive amount of time trying to clean my ears because I'm very very conscious about it now and I can feel like just how built up it is in there. Like this is one thing I guess about uh the wet wax is it sticks. And if you got enough in there, you can feel it stick from one side of the inner ear to the other side of the inner ear. And so, or the ear canal, whatever the proper term is. And so you can kind of feel it in there. And so when you pull on the right spot, you can kind of feel it open a little bit and you can kind of feel that wax let go just a slight amount. It's really yucky thinking about it, but I can feel it in there. I gotta clean it now. Gosh. Well, thank you for inspiring me to clean my ears. This is it's gonna be life changing tomorrow when I can hear. Who says yucky? Okay, listen, man. I was spending a lot of time around my niece and nephew last week. I feel like it's perfectly acceptable for me to be saying yucky. Yucky, Kentucky. I live fairly close to Kentucky. It's only a couple hours down the road. I say yucky. See, we exist. We exist, man. We used to say that a lot down south as well. In Florida, that was a very common word. But now that I think about it, anybody in the Midwest, I never heard anybody. Nobody in the Midwest had ever said it. At least from what I remember, not even like adults to their children. They just say like that's gross or that's nasty. They wouldn't say it, that's yucky. Huh. That's that's interesting. Now I'm thinking about it. I never thought about that being maybe even possibly in a region specific thing. I mean, it's not super region specific, but I do not remember any of my friends in the Midwest ever saying it. Hmm. Interesting. I say yucky. I mean, yeah, Liam says not yuck. Oh gosh, Liam says yucky. Trying to think. Maybe it's just a dying word. Now I gotta look this up. Yucky. Yucky usage. Um, they have it on like dictionary.com. Yeah, okay. Yucky. Do they not have like word usage? As it's like, don't look like they have it. Yucky usage. Cambridge, please tell me you have like some statistics on this. They do not. I'm alert for now. I need nom noms. All right, thank you so much for the lurk, homie. I hope you have a good rest of your night. If I don't catch you a little later, and thank you again for the raid. Much appreciated. I'm not. I'm not seeing any usage for yucky. Is it declining in popularity? Or is it gaining in popularity? Who knows? World history. The first known use was 1970. But that's it. Nom noms, yeah. We get the nom noms, the yuckies. We have a pretty wide vocabulary. Vocabulary? I don't have a very good vocabulary, but we have a wide vocabulary. Okay, let's finish up the game design document up till the point of the gameplay loop that I have here, which isn't even a loop. It eventually gets you to the point where you learn to fly and that the universe is open to you. So we'll try to get to there, and then that's probably where we'll call it. Vocabulary, not vocabularies. I don't know, man. Vocabulary sounds pretty nice to me. I'm gonna be honest. So we need to talk about NPCs. So NPCs, right? These guys. Look, if it's a real word, it probably isn't, but it wouldn't surprise me. Vocabulary. Let's look up dictionary. No results. It is not a word. At least according to dictionary.com. Okay, NPCs. Right. So all NPCs. All NPCs are going to be able to listen to and respond. Listen, form a new reply, and interact with the player through AI. It's not working. Okay. All NPCs are going to be able to listen to the player through to the player's mic. This allows them to have a conversation. NPCs will form new responses to everything you say. Your search history right now: giraffe height, vocabulary, how to cure pneumonia, ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Yeah, it's a little bit wild. Earlier, Ryan Reynolds was in it, so you know it's a pretty varied search history. The FBI doesn't even know what's going on right now. I don't know where the accent came from, but it came in, and I don't know what happened. But here it goes. Oh boy. Alright. Darn. I'm using my words too. Gosh darn it. The Country Boy came out. The Popo. Oh boy. Your accent. It's here. All NPCs are going to be able to listen to the player's mic. This allows them to have a conversation. All NPCs will form new responses to everything you say. All NPCs are going to be romanceable even while married. Mike. That's the thing here in West Virginia especially. All their eyes all their eyes are pronounced like I. So you got a fly, you got ice, Mike, so on and so forth. I, I do not care. It's a fly. It's a thing. I don't know why. But there you go. Another one. Why? Why do I see a fly? It just happened. I don't know why. Gosh. I don't like this. And it's usually at the end of a sentence, but it could also be at the beginning. But it's yeah, it's a different, that's for sure. All right, all NPCs are going to be romanceable even while married. You must activate the rigs. Say pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis in your accent. How was that for you? Pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. It's also kind of cut off. I didn't realize, but I kind of cut off some some syllables right at the end there. It just kind of stops and abruptly. Gosh, you must activate the riz. um. Okay. So what else do we need to talk about when it comes into regards about NPCs? How you treat other NPCs will affect other NPCs. It's a fact. My bad. Sounds like volcano. Volcano. Oh gosh. Pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Gosh. What else? What else? What else? What else? NPCs are, for the most part, friendly, with some exceptions. All NPCs are willing to trade if you are willing to trade with you. Coniosis. Coniosis, not a coniosis. Gosh. All right, I think that's good enough for NPCs right now. We'll add more detail to it as we go. So then we go to ship, which that's gonna be a whole document in and of itself, but we'll make it work. Ships are the primary method of transport in the game. When flying, flight systems will be very similar to Star Wars Squadrons. That's not spelled right. That's the one. Thank you. There are various size classes and systems to implement. I can spell. I didn't cut off half the word there. Nuh-uh. I would never. Gosh, I need to shut up. Oh my gosh. Okay, alright. So, what we're gonna do. Okay. What we're gonna do is I'm going to finish writing up the ships, and then I think that will be fine enough for now. We can technically add a bit about address book, but that gets put into the NPC section, so let me just do that right now. When you meet an NPC and find where they live. Finding an NPC. Getting to know an NPC will allow you, or will put them in your address book. There we go. So now it's just a rest about the ships. Size, class. One is for personal use only. Usually seats 1 to 4 people. Size, class. 2 is for personal or business use. Usually seats 3 to 8 people. Has lots of cargo space. Size, class. 3 is for mostly large transport, large transit, mass transit. Usually seats 15 plus. Lots of cargo space. And then size, class. 4 is for docking and large population. Usually houses 100 plus. Massive cargo. Allows for smaller ships to dock. Can also act like a home to the player. Alright. I think that's good for now. We got a decent amount of work done. I've got some things that I can start working on at least. We know that we gotta work on the combat probably first. Which kind of tells me, you know, where I need to go to start working with this. It might not start anytime soon. I've still got probably another 3 or 4 sessions of writing on this to make sure it all works out and that I've got really solid gameplay idea. But, you know, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna end stream, but we're gonna go say hello to one of my friends, because they're all very, very awesome. Let me see, who's alive at the moment? Alright, I got an idea. Uh-oh. 1 second. Alright. We're in a raid. My friend Preserve Pie. He's one of my mods here on this channel. Or on the Minecraft server, rather. So, he's a great help to the community. He's currently playing a game called Gang Based. If you haven't seen it before, highly recommend it. Great fun, as always. I want to just say one more time, thank you guys for watching and bearing with me through this. It was lots and lots of fun. And I hope to catch you again very, very soon. Later.